Welcome in. Welcome in. I was just trying to put the video to better audio and it didn't work. So frustrating. Anyways, I'll have to work on that later. How is everyone's Sunday? So I just got to find my YouTube stuff. So I have some Rosie lore today. Hi Sam, hi Dinky, hi Kara, hi Dolphin. Ouch! Oh, sorry. God. Okay. All right. I have some Rosie lore to get through today. I edited it down. It's 2 of her Instagram. Hi, Alice. It's 2 of her Instagram lives, but they have a lot of lore in them. So I'm going to try to get through them. Yes. My floof just attacked my finger. like nails totally extended. I wasn't expecting it. Oh well. Okay, let's I'm just gonna get up my just gonna get up my post, and there it is. And I just have to go to the YouTube. Great. I have way too many tabs open right now. Okay, I'm gonna start it at the beginning. Hold on. Okay, great. We are cooking with fire. Has everyone got their caffeine? Because I really need it this morning. It would help if I had my glasses on too, probably. How is your new cat, Kara? Well, he's sneaking up behind me and he's just like relaxing and chilling. And I just put my finger down, like the soft part down. Then all of a sudden he like, ah! I think he wants to play. Mm-hmm. Oh, Kara, I love baby kittens. My baby kittens. Okay, let's try to get through this. Okay, let me get closed of some of my tabs because it's a lot. Aw. At least he's using litter box and eating and drinking.
Also, I have all the white girl dance moves.
Oh my God, I love kittens. I love kittens. Are you going to sit nice behind me? You can't attack me when I'm doing this, okay? You can sit there, but you just can't attack me. He's got the evilest little grin on his face. And I know he's going to like jump on my head or something. I just know it. Hi, Drella. Okay, let's play. Yeah, you can sit and cuddle. I'm going to just bump it up a little bit.
I'm not a good. I never said I was good at dancing.
So this is from May of 2023.
Also, you guys can't hear the music, so
I know kittens love TV. They love TV.
What did I do today? A lot of things. I tried the Spider-Man Whopper at Burger King for my first meal of the day. And so the only difference is the bun is like a torch fucking asshole red, and and it's Swiss cheese. That's the only difference. But honestly, it's pretty good. And there's black sesame seeds on it.
Can you guys hear her okay? Am I too loud? Excuse me. Anyway, she's just talking about eating a Whopper. So they talk about some trauma in here, so trigger warning, but the way she explains it is kind of humorous.
Like it's literally a red bun. Like it's.
Oh yeah, it's just. I normally avoid foods that are dyed red just for the sake of being dyed red. But I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do something fun and fresh today. Something different.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn myself down a little bit. How did I do that before? Okay, I'm going to turn myself down a little bit. Oh, don't automatically adjust mic settings. And then you can turn her up, okay?
And this is super lit. Excuse me.
I hope that's better.
But you know how like, I was having a lot of like issues with like my health and like food and stuff. Well, I've recently started like finally having an appetite, and so now I'm like struggling with the opposite problem that I was dealing with the past month or two. I'm like, oh god damn it, I can't catch a break. I'm doing okay. I'm handling it and figuring it out, coping with it. But I'm just so stressed out right now. I got so much going on.
Girl,
End of the day, bodily autonomy fucking matters.
and just like I was saying, we don't want the government telling us. That's my only thing I was trying to get across.
You know what? Republicans love.
They were talking about things like having kids and stuff like that. And so I kind of edited it out. And but I think her views on communism and capitalism is very interesting.
Small government when it comes to like them not having their guns taken away, from them not having their rights taken away.
Yeah.
But the moment there's something they don't like, they're like, sure, the government can tell us what to do because I agree. And that's how it should fucking work.
Oh yeah, they don't want any gun regulations or anything. They do not want that. Like
Oh my God, I was watching the other day on the internet that made me laugh really hard. Well, not laugh, but made me kind of go like, yeah. It was a preacher actually, preaching from the pulpit. He made a comment because it was actually he was using an analogy about like a mass shooter regarding something, and I already kind of forgot the topic, but he made a comment about like congressmen worshiping their true god, the NRA, and I'm like, and you want to know why? It's because the NRA is they're just money.
And again, this is some parts of it is quite dry, but it has interesting tidbits in it. Like I'm not a clip channel. We watch the dry, we watch the boring, we suffer through it. I try to clip as much irrelevant shit out, but I'm just learning, like very, very beginning stages of learning. So, and what I have to work with, the programs I'm working with aren't fabulous. Like I have to watch it on StreamYards, like record it on StreamYards and then use StreamYards to edit it. I tried to use CapCut and CapCut is refusing me access because I don't have enough storage or space or something. I don't know. So
money funnels.
And then I actually put the video to song with good audio, and the program I was using won't let me use it because they don't like Rosie in a bathing suit. So they tell me it's like sexual. And I'm like, I just want to put my audio with my video
into the pockets of congressmen. And hi, thank you. They just funnel money into the pockets of congressmen they're not protecting gun rights. Bottom line is they're protecting gun sales.
Yep.
And so because they're worshiping the god of the NRA because the NRA is money, and that's what they're worshiping. So don't trust our government. So like that's one of the big reasons why I'm not pro full ban, because like honestly in a lot of situations I back malicious because I think like our government's so fucking corrupt.
I am peacefully anti-government because honestly, if you think about it,
that's a good way to
they decide everything. The government tells you what justice is. Someone kills your like a serial rapist, murderer, child molester. We're going to just put him in jail and let the taxpayers take his money, and we're going to put him in protection and not let nobody get to him. But and that's going to be justice. But he can get parole in about 20 years. They tell us what justice is.
So I have a very complicated relationship with the death penalty, like in terms of my views of it, because like at the end of the day,
and here they're talking about serial killers. She seems low to me, but I don't know how to fix it, to be honest with you. Like I'd like to clip more. But again, I'm just learning, so this is the best I got. in the few hours I had. But I'd like to clip it a bit better for sure.
I don't trust the government when too many innocent people die, and like they use that certain states
Exactly.
weaponize that against like minority groups for sure, more so than white people, right? But like at the end of the day, certain crimes.
And what gets me is that she acts very righteous, and she talks as if she's like a minority, and then she's talking to someone who is a visible minority, who has probably faced a lot more hardships than Rosie in discrimination and that type of stuff. And Rosie is just absolutely tone deaf.
Death. They do.
Yeah.
As someone who survived a level of childhood atrocity,
Hi, Cupcake.
some crimes deserve death.
Yes.
Some levels of crimes, like especially in terms of like severity of the crime, deserve death because they don't deserve to breathe. They don't deserve to eat. They don't deserve to exist. And I wholeheartedly believe that. But I also don't trust our government, and I also don't trust their ability to discern at all. At all.
Hi, Cupcake.
Ted Bundy deserves dead. The Green River Killer deserved dead. Jeffrey Dahmer deserved dead. Those are some right ones. But it's just crazy that they get to tell us what justice is. Like, and that's what people don't realize. Like, we're living in our own. Everybody, they talk about China and communism. We're living in communism, a different version of it. They tell us.
Turn the music off. I just realized like it's kind of like crazy that I haven't turned this off yet.
Yeah.
We're having like a hey.
I mean, it is crazy that, and I review it. How are you doing?
Right, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was saying, but like, by the way, Jazz, if you want to come out there, like neutrals want to come up, just ask. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. No, like I just feel like we live like they talk. Oh, we're a free country. We literally are living in our own version of communism. They tell us what to do. Like,
okay, so now look at Rosie's reaction. So the ladies like saying, we're living in our own version of communism, and Rosie's like, I don't think you know what communism is. Like, Rosie, tell me one country that has communism or had communism that functions the way that you think communism should function.
But that's not what communism is. That's what the propaganda has told us is communism. Communism at its core.
That's how propaganda has told us, right?
Core is about sharing resources, and we're the antithesis of communism because our government's so afraid of communism. And communism hasn't been fully enacted in a way that's truly successful yet. And it has a lot to do with the way we're globally set up, and has a lot to do with people's greed and selfishness. I'm not saying I'm pro-communism either, because frankly,
she believes that communism is just sharing of resources. Well, what resources would you share, Rosie? If we had a communist government, you'd be working in a field or a factory. Like, you would have no pick of what job you had. You would just have to go do it. Like, you would not be 600 pounds if we were under communism.
I don't know enough, but communism has been improperly and immorally enacted many times in history. And the entire point of communism is supposed to be about like collecting and redistributing resources so everyone has a fair shot in life. That's what it's supposed to be about. But the way it's been enacted and used, it kind of has created the impression like how you just expressed that.
Prince, in regards to what you said about Jeffrey Dahmer, he's a prime example of why we cannot belittle people's
like, I think when Rosie thinks of communism, she thinks of all the people that are billionaires that have, like, under capitalism, have made millions and millions of dollars, would then go and share amongst everybody else. So Rosie, who hasn't been employed in a long time, could get part of his billions. Like, that's how she thinks it's fair. But the only reason why he earned millions and billions and is able to share is under capitalism. Do you know what I mean? Like, Rosie doesn't really understand capitalism. And what resources of Rosie's is she going to share?
Promise. Like, what may not be small to me might be huge to you. His mom abandoning him made him feel like, oh, I don't want nobody to leave me. And so he started eating people. We really had to try to, when you see someone with an issue, especially if you're a parent, try to resolve the shit.
Yeah.
Like, and I mean, his parents, they've done hundreds of interviews.
Like, I think Rosie would like Canada in a sense that she'd get free healthcare. and she can get resources. But then it would also really, really piss her off that it would take her a year and a half, sometimes just to get an MRI. Like she'd have none of that. Or it would take a year just to see a specialist. Like you know what I mean? You can't, it's very difficult to have both.
He died. I commend them for still being alive. I don't know if I could have lived through knowing my child did something so heinous.
Yeah,
and I was to blame.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I hate to say that in their situation, they are to blame.
I mean, at the end of the day, though, like as a severely traumatized individual who talks about it very openly on the internet, this is what I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
Your trauma does not justify you being an immoral, evil human being. And I'm not saying you're saying that, by the way.
Yeah.
But your trauma responses have a factor.
And then she'd get mad. She'd be like, well, I have to pay for prescriptions. That should be free. No, prescriptions are not free under healthcare. I don't have to pay for the dentist. Nope, dentist is not free under Canadian healthcare. What about my therapist? Nope, therapists are $250 now under Canadian healthcare. Like there's only certain things that are free under Canadian healthcare. Like not everything. And so she'd still be paying out of pocket for a lot of stuff. And then if she does have surgery or go to the hospital, like you're in like a 6-bed ward unless you have private insurance.
Of agency and morality. They do.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if you get into fight mode and you punch a wall versus punching a person, that's a decision.
When he was killing the animals, they should have done something.
Exactly. I mean, because there's also, with people like Jeffrey Dahmer, there's another factor outside of the trauma, and that's the socio/psychopathy of a person. And
me too,
that is a factor that has more so, I would say, environmental and genetic factors. But as someone who's done a lot of fucking research, clearly, I just think it's really important that when we talk about trauma around people like Jeffrey Dahmer, that's never, ever, ever used as an excuse or justification for the atrocities that they commit against innocent people. And again,
okay. I just love how she's so righteous. I have one more video to show you guys real quick in between this. Maybe I'll play this while I'm grabbing the other one.
That's what you were doing, but it's just, I needed to highlight that.
But, you know, that's what the documentaries and the things on TV do. Like, oh, this is why he did this. So
the entire commodification of Jeffrey Dahmer that happened over Netflix and all those theories and shit grossed me out.
And I do think it's wrong that they keep making the families relive that shit. Like, since they need to be paid and compensated. Every time y'all feel like y'all gotta put out a little movie about this shit.
I'm so glad you said that, because like that's my biggest issue. The Jeffrey Dahmer shit is like, I forgot which one, like which movie, which documentary, whatever. They reenacted one of the statements, and she found out when the media was released, like when it came out and people started reacting to it on the internet. They didn't. Not only did they not ask her, they didn't contact her, let alone paid her, or they should have paid her as a consultant, because frankly, someone did a side-by-side comparison. When it happened, I saw it.
Oh yeah, when her brother.
Their acting was like trash.
Like I said, they deserve to be compensated. And I mean, anyone losing a family member to something horrific, serial killer, is terrible. But to know that that man ate them.
We don't need to get into all that, to be honest with you.
It's just sad. Like,
it's very sad.
I don't know. Like, the world's a cruel place.
I know. So yeah, so
I have something just to share real quick.
I came across the screen recording of
before she goes in, because I want you to relate this. Like, think about this in the back of your head. I'm not making a diagnosis. I'm not saying anything, but I just want you to think of the fine points in this video while we watch this.
Is when this deviates strongly from societal or cultural expectations and causes impairment in daily functioning. Histrionic personality disorder is a cluster B disorder in the DSM-5, characterized by attention-seeking, over-concern regarding appearance, and excessive emotionality. Free practice material is available through first being a persistent pattern of excessive emotionality and attention-seeking, and others include rapidly shifting and shallow expression of emotions, an exaggerated expression of emotion.
This is why I think where it says rapidly shifting and shallow emotions, where a lot of people think a lot of people think that she may be like bipolar or something because she shifts her emotions. But I think it's just shifting and shallow emotions.
Often manifesting as being very dramatic and theatrical, often with strong opinions, but with few details to support them. Another is being uncomfortable when not the center of attention, as is consistent use of physical appearance to attract attention, which can manifest also.
So they're not entirely saying it's sexual, like sexual appearance, but consistent use of appearance to attract attention.
As being particularly concerned about appearance. The remaining traits include interaction with others that is inappropriately sexual or provocative. This includes outside of potential romantic interests. Impressionistic and vague speech, being easily influenced by others or situations, such as trends, and so can often trust easily, particularly authority figures. Ninth is interpretation of relationships as being more intimate than they are, and can often end up becoming dependent on the partner. 5 or more of these traits are required for a diagnosis, and these must be present.
Did you see that in inappropriate personal relationships becoming dependent on the partner?
From adolescence or early adulthood. There must also be an impairment in daily functioning across a range of contexts, like work, school, or social life. It must also be pervasive, inflexible, and relatively stable over time. It is estimated to be present in around 1.8% of people in the general population, and some sources quote it as being up to 4 times more common in females than males. Overall, it is with childhood neglect and sexual abuse having been identified as factors. It is common to have a coexisting personality disorder like antisocial, narcissistic, or paranoid, as well as other disorders like.
I just found it interesting that you can have coexisting disorders like antisocial, narcissistic, depressive disorder,
or somatic symptom disorder.
Or somatic symptom disorder.
As with most other.
So somatic symptom disorder, I think it used to be called like hypochondria, that type of thing. And then the treatment is
personality disorders. There is no specific treatment, and management should instead be tailored to the individual and their needs. Psychodynamic psychotherapy is currently the preferred option, mostly focused on reducing interpersonal conflict and stabilizing psychosocial functioning, a part of which may be helping identify that the histrionic traits are a maladaptation to attracting attention. Symptom resolution and effective.
Okay, so that was about it. So I just found that interesting. What did you guys think? Yeah. Oh, Eric, that was so bad. Your mom really loves me. Yeah, she's a cluster bees. All right, let's play this again. But I just want you to have that in the back of your brain somewhere.
When I figured out that my stalker was talking to me through a fake account, that in 2015 he talked to me through pretending to be his ex. And I figured it out in 2021, and that conversation happened in 2015. So I got re-traumatized because I was working actually on trying to find photos about my magazine.
So she found something from 2015 about her ex, stalker ex. But listen to how she tells the story about the stalker ex. Like she'll just drop bits and pieces about it.
Interview. And
so she's talking about her magazine interview. I like how she interjects that.
Like trying to get all the emails sent out, which I got done. But in the process, I stumbled across this. And once I realized what I was watching, I couldn't stop. And so I had a really rough day the following day. And I don't know if you saw my stories that day or not.
And so now she's like, yeah, I saw a picture that triggered me in quotation marks. I had a rough day, but Lord, why is she telling the world this? Yeah, I thought it was a really good video, really well done, and really short. Some of them are like long, but this guy like shoved everything into like 3 minutes. I loved it. It was great.
I got my pool. And I was literally like fucking like Hulk punching the water. I was just so mad because there's so much shit. Because I mean, I've been a victim to a narcissistic, sociopathic, pathological monster who, quite frankly, I don't know if he actually told me this directly or this was an inference I made. He was just too lazy to be a serial killer. Honestly.
Bitch, it doesn't work that way. Like, and you know, when she talks about her stalker and all the things that her stalker did, like now I'm looking back and I'm like, I don't know if it was really him that did all of the things. Like, I think he did a couple of the things, but did he do all of the things? Probably not. Like, I think she's attributing a lot of things to him, kind of like how she attributes, like, the glitter fuckers doing a lot of stuff, or the quirky, creepy crew doing a lot of stuff. Like, she just attributes things that happened to them, and it's not true. It's just not true. So I feel this way about the stalker.
I watched him victimize hundreds of fat women on the internet with my own fucking eyes. So, like, he's a monster, and I've been trying to come to terms with it. And then the other thing happened that I told you about that I can't talk about on the internet, and I'm dealing with that.
Sorry, I hate interrupting. So she said she was emotionally blackmailed by her stalker, and that he was going to put out her information about where she lived and, like, her family members. Except for all that shit was already done. Well, like her address and stuff, that shit was done long time ago. Long time ago. So if that was the only reason why she was still staying in this relationship with this stalker, it doesn't make any sense, because all of her private info was out. You guys saw me scroll through her Instagram? Like, she's got all her not safe for work pictures still up on Instagram, still up on different other websites. Like, what could he blackmail her with? Because it's already all there. Like, it's already all there because we got it, and we're not the stalker. I know we're not. We as a collective, we are not the stalker. Like, we can't be him, right? So anyways, I just keep on thinking of that
too.
So in my mind, there was something else. Like, she loved him, or loved the adoration or something, but she was hanging on, I think.
And so, like, I was emotionally held hostage.
Oh my God,
for 8
HRH.
years. And when I broke free, he tried to terrorize my life. So, like, that's why, like, when I talk about trauma and stuff, like, I'm so passionate about it, because, like, I've been through so much.
Love you.
Oh my God, thank you, Darrell. I forgot to do the YouTube things. This is just my reaction. It's just my opinion. Don't listen to a fat bitch on the internet. It's all entertainment. I am going to give my my comments, criticisms, personal stories with things that I'm watching with you guys. All this is entertainment. Do not diagnose her. We are just making entertainment, like correlations that may not even be true. We are just responding to what she puts out on the internet. Do not go and harass her. Blah, 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 blah. Right?
Well, the reason why I'm writing a book. Oh, is she your cousin? Like, for real?
Yeah, she's a family
Cool.
member.
But yeah,
no, the stalker
so
isn't Cam.
And by the way, I saw a couple of guys' comments. Thank you guys. But I'm in the process.
Like, unless because she's met the stalker in real life. Like, she's had that hotel fling with the stalker in like 2015 or 16 or something. And I'm sure if it was somebody that she recognized, she would say, like, I don't believe that they're the same person.
So, like, finally, like, letting go and healing, because when I went to that hospital, say, after being bullied into going to the hospital about 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
now, I don't remember.
Eric, stop.
But
love you more.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Like,
Exactly, everyone.
But I appreciate prayers, because the attention.
So again, very exaggerated, theatrical verbiage, use of words, the way that she talks.
The intentions are good. The only times I don't fuck with prayers when people are like, "I'll pray for you," and I'm like, "Oh, gross, you're gross." I know it's not what you're saying, but you know how people do that, and they're like, "I'll pray for you because I'm judging you." And I don't.
Girl, I be posting all the time. I don't ask for prayers, because there's certain people I don't want praying over me, actually, because you don't know where they're.
But like when people are coming to me with that with like good intention, I do. To me, that's the same as me saying, like, you know, like sending good vibes, like, you know, sending you positive energy, sending you love, things like that. Oh, one day at a time. Trauma is hard. Thank you. And that's so true. Today's been a good day. Like, I mean, today was a lot. Today was a lot. Like, if you guys have the time.
So every time I hear her talk, like all what I'm thinking of is exaggerated expression of emotions, discomfort when not the center of attention, impressionistic and vague speech. Like I just keep on saying those things in my head. And why did I do that? That was a weird voice. Sorry. I need caffeine. And I've got all 3 cats playing the jumping game. So this may get a little dangerous here.
Watch my stories. I do treat my stories like a vlog. Today was a pretty eventful day for, you know, me being, because I'm currently on short-term disability, working through the trauma, working through some stuff. And then while I've been on short-term disability, some crazy things have happened. And yeah. A lot of my followers saw what happened the day a certain event happened. But
okay, this is just my theory. I don't think it's right. It's just my theory, my opinion. Holy man, they're chasing each other. It's funny. So she found the boyfriend and the stalker within 3 days of each other. And we all know that the boyfriend, let's call him C, she dated online for years. And S, the stalker, S, she dated, or she was in communication with online for years. I think she was playing them both. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think she was double dipping in the swimming pool. And I think that she met the S in real life for a few things. And he was giving her money and he was giving her food and like a client, kind of like a client would. And then S kind of like was like, I'm done with this. I want to move on to a different worker, client or whatever. And she got mad that he was leaving. And then so she turned things into S stalkerish behavior because she was around for a lot of the shitty things he did. Like, she's like, oh, I saw him attack fat women on the internet. I saw it with my own eyes. And I'm like, then why didn't you leave him? Like, you know what I mean? Like, she was around for a lot of stuff. And I know it's harder to say, you know, to leave him and stuff like that, but she wasn't with him. They weren't dating or anything like that. It just doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. Yeah, I believe that she got caught and claimed she was being stalked versus dating 2 people. Yeah, I think she was trying to date them, and I think that S was a client because he had apparently like a girlfriend or family and stuff like that, but I think they were a client. And then remember the story, the reason why she finally got rid of him is because she found out that he was dating a friend's sister or something. And then so she turned it around and tried to dox him, like blackmail dox him. Well, I think she got mad that he was dating somebody else and is like, if you don't do this, I'm going to tell so-and-so. Do you remember? Like, I think she thought that she was the only one. Anyways, just my opinion.
I decided to talk about online to a certain extent. And then I showed some things so that way my like hardcore viewers that watch me daily like knew what was going on. When I like inferenced certain things, they would know what I was talking about.
Oh, that's right.
Because like I have people that come and watch my shit every single day, and I fucking post like crazy, man. And I fuck with them for real. And so yeah, it's just like I can't even get to walk around like I used to because of trauma. Yeah, dude.
Are you guys sure you can hear her okay?
Yeah. Like, there's a book called The Body Keeps Score. It's a really hard read. It's a research book around trauma. And so when you research trauma, that means there's a lot of trauma fodder talk, essentially, because to understand the complexity, you have to talk about the hard stuff. And like, so in the beginning, like there's a lot of really intense trauma stories around like military personnel and things like that, because thankfully nowadays people finally recognize that trauma is not reserved for just military people.
Happy belated birthday, Giggles. Love you.
Whose birthday is it?
Giggles' birthday.
Oh, Giggles' birthday. Happy birthday, Giggles. So the book,
it's so funny because Rosie's talking about her traumas and reading this book, and she's talking in big words, and her friend's like, hi, Giggles, happy birthday, Giggles, like just totally ignoring Rosie. And then Rosie's like, what, Giggles is his birthday? And happy birthday. Like, it just continuously happens, and it kills me.
Well, I think their name's like Bessel Fawn something. Bessel something. I don't know. But if just The Body Keeps Score. I haven't even been able to finish it myself because the print is really small, and I need to see my doctor soon. But
Trauma's a motherfucker.
You what now?
I said trauma.
Yeah, I feel that she's low too, but her audio sucks as well. I could always lower myself and then you guys turn us both up. But if it's not equal between the two of us, let me know.
Definitely. You're welcome, Giggles. I said trauma's a motherfucker. Like, there's been ways that I will say that trauma has affected me that I don't really look at it as a big deal, but other people have, like, when I discuss it with them, they will be.
And I want to say,
okay.
The bottom line is, trauma is a part of the human condition. Everyone has trauma. Everyone loses someone that they love. Everyone experiences traumatic events. Not everyone has PTSD because not everyone has the same brain makeup. Not everyone has the same experiences. And one offset trauma can induce like PTSD symptoms that could go away within 6 months. You know what I'm saying? Like, for people like me, trauma is so a part of my existence because I experienced brain-altering trauma.
So the way she talks about trauma, it's not entirely correct. Like the way she describes it and PTSD and CPTSD and stuff like this. But of course, Rosie's trauma is the worst trauma. Any kind of PTSD is a brain-altering trauma. Trauma is a brain-altering condition. Like physical, psychological, that type of thing. They're all brain-altering in a sense. She's just full of shit.
At the age of 6.
I understand that.
You know what I mean? And not everyone experiences that. And then in my life, I experienced that, and then every single day.
And the thing is, like, yeah, she says it happens when she was sick, but she didn't remember until he got arrested at 21. When she was 21 is one of her stories. So, like, I'd really like to sit down and talk with her about what she does remember, because I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'm just saying, like, her stories are inconsistent. And sometimes trauma can happen and you don't remember it, but your body does remember it. So that could be what is happening here. But her stories are very inconsistent about what she remembers, what she doesn't remember. Because she has also said that she did not remember until he got arrested. So I don't know. I just wish she was consistent with her narrative.
Experience levels of trauma that formed me.
Thanks, Trella.
Into what I've been and who I am. And so I'm finally getting to a point where I'm not feeling so resentful of not being able to be who I could have been.
Ooh, that part.
One more thing before I stop interrupting. Rosie's walking around like she has CTE, like the football players and wrestlers do when she had one concussion. Like, girl, her whole theory about concussions and lost memories and stuff like that is not correct either. Is not correct at all. Like, yes, you can have short-term memory around the incident of if you get a really severe concussion, and you can have trouble like remembering things or short-term memory for like 6 months to a year for one concussion, except for like the people that are like football players and wrestlers that have multiple concussions a week or a month. You know, their brain is severely damaged from the concussions. And Rosie didn't even seek medical treatment. Like there was no loss of consciousness. She's never said she was vomiting or anything like that. She just hit her head real hard. But then all of a sudden it's giving all these memory issues. Nah.
It is a hard concept when you were just an innocent little baby and some evil force came in and shattered that. And to be the little baby
Stephanie,
that had to figure out how to grow up shattered and glue it back together with no instruction manual.
Bitch, what novel did she get this from? What Lifetime movie? Growing up shattered and gluing it back together with no instruction. What script did she steal this from? I need to know. What book? Well, she doesn't read, but what Audible book or what movie did she get this from?
And that is my reality. That has always been that way, that I resisted and I resented and I fought and I bitched about for so long. And I probably will, to an extent, always bitch about in a way or talk about in a way, you know. But
exactly, Ghost. Exactly.
Getting to a place of understanding that I am not defined by my trauma.
Yes, exactly what Ghost said. everyone can experience a trauma, but not everyone is traumatized by the trauma type thing. Yes, exactly.
Like, not just on a topical level, but on a deep, deep level, has taken about 20 years of therapy off and on.
Oh, honey, the last couple years of my life, especially the last 2 or 3, and I openly say this often, I have not known who I was outside of my pain. I didn't know. I didn't know outside of my pain.
Yeah.
And in this stream, she mentions London Boy's name, I think. Well, she goes, "Oh, so and so from London. Like, how's it going?" And I'm like, "Is that London Boy?" I don't know. It's just a theory.
I didn't know who I was outside of that. I've lived in it so long that bitch has been. She's like the underwear that I put on every day. She's with me.
She's the skin on your fucking bones. You know what I mean?
Like,
I feel that.
I don't know. I haven't known who I was because that's been with me as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
And how do you abandon the only thing you've ever known?
Oh, it takes a lot of constant effort and choice. And when you're knocked down, getting the fuck back up. And that's all I know. You know, that's all I know. I've never, I mean, sometimes I've stayed down for a while.
Yeah.
Sometimes it took me a long fucking time to get back up. But I got the fuck back up.
Period. Girl.
And it is a choice to stay down. It is. Because getting back up doesn't, first of all, have to be literal. In some people's circumstances. But it's a mentality, you know? Being bipolar and suffering from PTSD definitely makes me want to pray, people don't judge me, but those characters and symptoms are me. They're part of you. My trauma is a part of me. My trauma formed me. It did. I had a massive hand in it. Especially because it defined me for so long. And I'll speak for myself here because I was misdiagnosed as bipolar at the age of 16. About 3 weeks ago, I finally got my shit figured out. Finally, I got the answers that made sense. I finally know what's wrong with me. I'm actually what's called unipolar, which is unipolar, and is more classically known as MDD, major depressive disorder. I'm actually having a conversation with my psychiatrist tomorrow because I believe, based on my personal follow-up research, that I actually have a persistent depressive disorder.
Wait a second. Did you guys hear that? Listen very closely. What Rosie says is that she has major depressive disorder. She got diagnosed with major depressive disorder, and now she's going to follow up with her doctor because she believes that she has a persistent depressive disorder. She has not been diagnosed with one. She believes from her research that she has one, so she wants to talk to her therapist about it. Now, that's not the story we've all heard. The story we've heard is that she was diagnosed with a persistent depressive disorder. Right? These dots are not connecting. Listen.
People don't judge me, but those characters and symptoms are me. They're part of you. My trauma is a part of me. My trauma formed me. It did. I had a massive hand in it. Especially because it defined me for so long. And I'll speak for myself here because I was misdiagnosed as bipolar at the age of 16. About 3 weeks ago, I finally got my shit figured out. Finally, I got the answers that made sense. I finally know what's wrong with me. I'm actually what's called unipolar, which is unipolar, and is more classically known as MDD, major depressive disorder.
Unipolar just means that you're not bipolar. Like, unipolar is just either having like A, depression, or B, mania. You know, like, she's acting like it's a big diagnosis. It's not. It's not even a really diagnosis. She's like, unipolar. I'm unipolar. Fuck off, bitch. I'm
actually having a conversation with my psychiatrist tomorrow because I believe, based on my personal follow-up research, that I actually have a persistent depressive disorder, which is basically the same disorder, but when it's been longer than 2 years. And I believe that I developed MDD at the age of 16 and have been undiagnosed. And I believe that that was developed through untreated trauma from the age of 6 to 16. And then, of course, it's only gotten worse. But because, and again, I'm only speaking for myself here, because I was traumatized and had MDD, to be uninformed, and also, by the way, I was a teenager and hormonal, like I had teenage hormones. I was misclassified as manic. What I actually was having valid trauma responses that were not being acknowledged. And then I was, I also have ADHD too. So being ADHD and traumatized, along with major depression, that reflects like bipolar, but I don't have actual mania because there's certain aspects of mania that don't apply to me. And so what's actually going on is like I have a broken vagus nerve. If you have trauma, you should research the vagus nerve and like the polyvagal theory. Because of
the polyvagal theory. The polyvagal theory is not pronounced like that. Vagal. It's vagal, Rosie. And she pronounces it wrong this whole time. And then she thinks that where she points, like watch where she points to the vagus nerve. Like the vagus nerve is deep, deep, deep in your head. It's it's a nerve that pretty much controls everything. So it controls your heart rate, digestion, that type of stuff. All your autonomic kind of things. It's deep in the brain. And then it goes to all like the heart and the lungs and the tummy. Rosie's on crack.
Polyvagal theory explains my entire fucking life. And it's newer science, but I think now it's been established for has it been a decade probably by now, maybe, I don't know, I'd have to double check, but all the latest cutting edge trauma research is kind of based in the polyvagal theory. Hey, so
hey sugar, you can come up with us if you
want. So for me at this point, I'm just that discovery is changed my life. So polyvagal, I believe it's a V as in Victor, A, G as in George, E, L. Let me hold on. I don't want to misquote. I've got my iPad right here. I'm gonna talk about the polyvagal theory because once I discovered what CPTSD was, it changed my life. And they're interlinked.
I'll say one of my main issues. I have several, but the BPD. Oh, that's took over my life.
Oh, I have family members that have that. I'm familiar with how that works for sure. And I thought I had it at one point potentially.
I got them. Stink. Thank you. Yeah, my phone is on do not disturb, so I'm not getting any phone calls. Awesome. Thank you. I will look into them and maybe edit them down a little bit. Thank you.
Because of the genetic factor. Hey, let's see.
Yeah, the other person does not.
Okay, so the
Andrea.
Vagal. Yep. Polyvagall theory.
If she calls it polyvagal anymore, I might just like throw my computer. I might just throw it. I had to edit this like 18 times. I watched it. Well, not quite, probably 4. And I had to keep on listening to her say this. Ugh.
So the polyvagal theory is a collection of it is currently unproven, which is why it's called a theory, because it's really hard to prove things like this, kind of like evolution, right? The evolution theory. It's an unproven of evolutionary, neuroscientific, and psychological construct pertaining to the role of the vagus nerve in emotion regulation, social connection, and fear response, which was actually introduced in 1994 by Stephen Porges. It looks like porridge. It's popular among some clinical practitioners and patients. And it does say it looks like it's currently not endorsed by the current social neuroscience. All of the best mental health professionals I've seen believe in polyvagal theory. And one of by the way, the therapist that introduced the concept of me having PTSD is the one who educated me on what this theory was. Take for that what you will. The theory takes its name from the vagus nerve, a cranial nerve that forms the primary component of the parasympathetic nervous system, which the entire process of having PTSD is about having basically a dysregulated nervous system. Let's see here. I'm just reading some more because I just clicked on the Wikipedia page, so this is also this could have biased things in it because I'm not going to like a actual research paper. When I first found out about this, I read a lot of like the actual research papers and stuff, not just Wikipedia. Just side note. Polyvagal theory identifies a third type of nervous system response, the social engagement system, a hybrid state of activation and calming that plays a role in our ability to socially engage or not. The theory views the nervous system as being split into two.
Like the vagus nerve is like, like I said, part of the heart rate and everything like that. So some people, when they're in atrial fib, like when their heart isn't really pumping the greatest and it's just like vibrating in a sense, but not giving a good contraction, you can like only a medical professional, but they kind of like massage the carotid, and that's kind of massaging the vagus nerve to try to calm it down and see if that will put the heart back into a regular rhythm.
Two distinct branches: a ventral vagus system, which supports social engagement, or dorsal vagal system, which supports immobilization. Immobilization behaviors, both rest and digest, and defensive immobilization or shutdown. Polyvagal theory was introduced by behavioral neuroscientist Stephen Porges in his presidential address to the Society of Psychophysiological Research in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, Georgia. Work in 1994. I lived there forever. So yeah, it just kind of goes into more detail. If you want to know more, that's kind of the gist about it. For me, a lot of my headaches are sourced in where the vagal nerve exists in my brain. Because
this is absolute fucking bullshit. So she's pointing to the front of her head. She thinks the vagus nerve comes along the front of her head. No, the vagus nerve is deep, deep, deep in. You know, like those inner brain, tiny little parts of the brain that control like all like your hypothalamus, your thalamus, all those little ones that are deep, deep, deep in the brain. That's where the vagus nerve resides. Like, Rosie's full of shit. Sorry, wrong button.
Essentially, the belief is like when you sustain CPTSD, which is still currently not like in the DSM-5, because again, this is all like, in terms of science, very new. I think the CPTSD came after this theory too. And the main difference between CPTSD and standard PTSD is really simple. The main source of CPTSD is either in very early childhood trauma, generally sexually related, or constant, consistent, never-ending trauma. So like if someone was trafficked for 10 plus years, things like that, you can. And so what ends up happening is, and it's kind of based a little bit in this polyvagal theory as well. Like when you have so much damage to your nervous system from being in fight or flight every single day, nonstop, which I was my entire childhood for multiple reasons. When you experience those types of symptoms, it basically creates additional symptoms on top of what's kind of known and understood about PTSD, like the flashbacks, the hypervigilance and all of that, and basically kind of ends up happening tenfold. So it's like a more extreme version of PTSD. And now I'm curious. Got my iPad here, so let me.
One thing I've often said with everything that I've been through and some of the people that I know have been through, I could have potentially been a monster, but the only monster I've endured was the monster of myself. Like I have been my boogeyman underneath the bed with how I felt after the fact of those incidents. But those things affect people differently. And again, like we're not excusing the people that chose the other way, but it could have been so different.
Yeah, I feel that so hard in my soul, dude. I just want to clarify because I think I already said this, but to put it very simply, CPTSD is caused by ongoing trauma, which lasts for months or years, while PTSD may be caused by a single traumatic event. So like someone can.
So Rosie's not even listening to her friend. She's like, "Oh yeah, yeah. You could have been a monster. Okay, but let me just explain. CPTSD could be, blah blah blah. Like it's so incredible. She needs all the attention on herself."
About PTSD from a really horrific car crash, from witnessing something horrific happen, and it's valid, and you have flashbacks of that event. It alters your psyche. But what can happen a lot of times is when that happens, and especially if you immediately get into trauma therapy, in like 2-3 years, you can be mostly unaffected by it. Whereas someone like me, the symptoms of CPTSD, which I've been classified as having, are also more complex and may
Bitch, if you had a major, like one traumatic event that was major, and she's like, "Oh, you can get over it." No, you can have that one major psychological trauma event for the rest of your life. It can cause you flashbacks for the rest of your life. You don't just get over it in a couple of months. But Rosie's complex trauma history is so worse. It's not any worse. It's not any different. It's still a mind fuck for you, and it still affects you. It could affect you in every day.
Take longer to treat. At the end of the day, you may never be free of.
Oh,
completely.
Never be free of.
Life is traumatic, and I'm gonna lose loved ones. I'm gonna experience more trauma. It is part of the human condition. I recently experienced new trauma in the past 2 months. Frankly, it's very low on my trauma list, but it's trauma. And my body has a broken nervous system. And the more trauma I experience, if I don't live like a low risk life, could kill me. Like the being in a constant state of high blood.
So here she is talking about how any new traumas could kill her. So that's why everyone has to be nice to her. And then she mentioned something here about high blood pressure. Remember Rosie said that she doesn't have high blood pressure? I'm just going to back it up 10 seconds. But she doesn't want anyone to give her new trauma because it could literally kill her, you guys.
In the past 2 months. Frankly, it's very low on my trauma list, but it's trauma. And my body has a broken nervous system. And the more trauma I experience, if I don't live like a low risk life, could kill me. Like the being in a constant state of high blood pressure, the heart palpitations, the myriad of physical responses that I have could kill me. And unrelated to my weight could kill me.
Constant state of high blood pressure. Rosie, you said your blood pressure's completely normal. What are you talking about? And of course, unrelated to my weight could kill me. Nothing is related to her weight. Her weight is not going to kill her, but her trauma and any new trauma might.
Like dead ass. So it's like, that's one of the things why I'm taking this so seriously after what's happened. And then of course, on top of all this other shit, being a brand new like diagnosed diabetic, I'm on the metformin. It's going really well. And I'm so brand new and caught it so early. I don't even need insulin. So my blood work was really good outside of being slightly elevated in the ACL or AC1, whatever it's called.
I just like to say, so Rosie here is like 20 or 30 years old. Even though she's weighing 600 pounds, it is probably more normal that a 30-year-old would not have a type 2 diabetes. Could possibly, absolutely. But like her body is still young, her body's still fighting, her body is still like compensating. Insulin used for type 2 diabetes is not that common. It's usually only when all other methods don't work. Or, like your blood sugar is running extremely high. And you need something like to help. But using insulin for type 2 diabetes is not common. It happens, absolutely, but it's not common. Like not every type 2 diabetic uses insulin. Not a lot do, but not every. And so at 30, her body is trying to compensate. Now, if she was like 40 or 45, we'd be talking about a different story. But also, not every 500 or 600 pound person is going to have abnormal blood work. There are some cases where they don't have type 2 diabetes. My brother is morbidly obese and he's in his 50s and his A1C is not even pre-diabetic. So it can happen. It's just all like genetics and how your body compensates and all that stuff. But Rosie thinking that she's the health queen here when she's still 30.
So, I was able to avoid diabetes until 31.
Yeah,
I was diabetic when I was 18. And, I did reverse my diabetes in 2021 because at that time in my life, I was actually like on a pretty decent health kick, like food wise and stuff. And so I'm kind of figuring out my new space. Like this week, I've been eating more added sugar than I have been because now that my meds are stabilized, it doesn't make me feel sick. So I'm eating a little bit more of like balance, per se. But I'm also just, I'm wanting to go back to like how I was eating a little bit more. It's just finding this a long-term balance is going to be hard.
So now she wants to completely switch topics. She's not even listening to this person that's on screen with her. Now she wants to talk about how she was Anna. I think this is where she talks about Anna.
I've already made a lot of choices, even though I've been eating like more sugary stuff. When I did get like I got ice cream from someplace the other day, or from Sonic. So they have these like mini things that are literally like this big, like height wise, and like maybe this wide. So it was like I got a little nibbling, and it was great, honestly. Like, and I felt good about it afterwards. So I was like, oh, man, I kind of wish I got small, but like once I was done, I was like, nah, I mean, I am a diabetic, you know what I mean? And so I need to be aware of that reality.
Yeah, no shit. That chocolate and ice cream tastes good. Like no shit.
And So, I am looking at now, but I also want to live my life, I don't need to punish myself for where I'm at currently. And
you are punishing yourself because you have been over gluttonous for decades. So putting away the ice cream and the cake for now until you can get down to a level where your body can sustain itself is not punishment. Like, her whole theory around food and her health is so bizarre. She's like, I still deserve my ice cream and cake, even though I'm 600 pounds and have diabetes. It's just bizarre.
I believe in that very heavily.
I just found out a couple months ago that I'm pre-diabetic now.
If you can, I would treat yourself
can.
if you are diabetic. I would educate how to eat, because that's how you're going to reverse yourself out of pre-diabetes. Because I think I would
Not take health advice from Rosie at all. Please don't. I could give a little bit of advice. I do have a diabetic educator level 1, 2, and 3 certificate. But do not take health advice from Rosie.
I reversed myself out of pre-diabetes. If I remember correctly. Yeah, that's what I did in Omaha. So I think pre-diabetes is between 6 and 6.5, and so I got down.
No, I believe pre-diabetes is either 5.4 or 5.6 or 5.7. I think at one point it was 5.4. I don't know. It's somewhere around there. It's like 5.4 or 5.6. It is not 6 and 6.5.
For like 5.7 or 5.6 at the time.
And it's 5.4, I think. And she says she was 5.7 or 5.6, and that's pre-diabetic. Look at me not knowing the correct stats, even though I've got my certificate.
So if you treat yourself that way, you can do it just with your diet. I did it. So I'm gonna do it again. Fuck y'all. I'm just kidding, not y'all. But diabetes. Body check you. So yeah, but and that's one of the other things that we were talking about, Dama, earlier, is like how you handle your trauma, I believe, is a reflection of your moral character. Excuse me. Because I could never, and I mean never, hurt people the way I've been hurt. And that's a reflection of who I am.
I feel that in my soul.
Yes. That's why. And I'm talking about like real hurt. Like I've been a shitty friend. I've made bad decisions. I've been unkind. I've been shitty. I've been petty. There might have been a time or two where I was a little malicious with my intention, when I was really angry and not being the best version of myself. But I had lines that I would never cross since birth, frankly. So
I'm in therapy now. She just
generational trauma is so real, hon. And I mean that in a way is passed down to you. When my mom lost her mom, but not in that way, but very young. I was 15. My mom didn't get out of bed for like a year. And that greatly impacted me. Of course it impacted my mom, and it's awful, but like I lost my mom for a year when I was 15. And that was right before.
So this poor lady, her grandma died when she was 8. When her grandma died, her mom kind of stopped functioning well. And then her mom finally died, or not finally, but her mom passed away when she was 16. When she was 16. So her mom, or 18. So her mom died when she was 16 and her grandma died when she was 8. So she really had no maternal, role models. Meanwhile, when Rosie was 15, her grandma died and her mom suffered greatly in grief. And here Rosie, the bitch, is saying that she lost her mom when she was 15. No, Rosie, your mom's still there. She just bought you $500 for the Sam's Club. Like, Rosie is so tone deaf. Sorry.
I'm talking about like real hurt. Like I've been a shitty friend. I've made bad decisions. I've been unkind.
Oh, I know.
I've been shitty. I've been petty. There might have been a time or two where I was a little malicious with my intention, when I was really angry and not being the best version of myself. But I had lines that I would never cross since birth, frankly. So
I'm in therapy now. She just
generational trauma is so real, hon. And I mean that in a way is passed down to you. When my mom lost her mom, but not in that way, but very young. I was 15. My mom didn't get out of bed for like a year. And that greatly impacted me. You know, of course it impacted my mom and it's awful, but like I lost my mom for a year when I was 15. And that was right before I lost my shit like at school and stuff. Like that was right before I got diagnosed with bipolar. Like I lost my mom for a year. But like the crazy, and she wasn't dead. She just like wasn't there.
That part. Thank you so much. The emotional abandonment.
Yeah.
The emotional abandonment when you have to.
So I think this is a big thing of what Rosie calls a problem with her childhood. You know how she always says that she wasn't parented and she was neglected. It's when her mom was in grief. Well, I think part of it is when her mom was in severe grief after losing like the grandma. So Rosie's blaming her part of her childhood trauma and needing reparentification because her mom lost somebody. Like, how self-absorbed can you get?
Sit there and see that person be a shell of their former selves, and they're there, but they don't see you.
You know what? And in the wake of that, my mom ended up finishing her psychology degree by the time I was like 17. You know, my mom's badass too, and so like, it's just.
But then her mom picked her ass up and got a psychology degree. Like, Rosie, come on.
I feel that though, like so.
No,
I feel it so deep in my soul, Billy.
And I've often told people I came from a 2-parent dysfunctional home, and they don't understand that.
My byline of my life.
My father was a workaholic, and because my mom was so depressed and couldn't work, he had to take care of us. So he couldn't attend to emotional needs. My mom was so depressed and on so much medicine, she slept all the time. So I had nobody.
See, at one point in my life, like around that age range, between both my parents, they had 7 jobs.
Oh my God.
7. My dad had 4, my mom had 3. And one of those jobs they both shared was running pizzas for Domino's in their free time. Which, when people ask me like,
oh, so 2 of the jobs was like just delivering pizza. Okay. No shame in that. But the way that Rosie's talking about it.
why do you hate capitalism so much? Because my mom was so like dead set on us keeping that home and staying in a good school district, which the good school district in Georgia was not that good. It was better than the other ones.
It's not just the kids who didn't have a parent in the home. It's not just the kids that had. It's those of us that had them both, but we felt like we had no one.
I was raised by my TV, dog.
Girl, I was raised by the TV.
DVR, we were besties.
The microwave was my best friend.
Mm-hmm. I was a Mormon, so I knew how to work the stovetop by the time I was 10 years old. But yep, same.
Yeah, like I had, TV and curiosity and things I had no business getting into because I was alone. Hey, Panda.
Yep. Oh my God, Billy. I mean, like, I know we've related on a lot of stuff, but I really enjoyed this conversation. And like, now it kind of makes sense why we vibe so well. We have so much of like a similar background in that way. I mean, because like my mom has always been like a workhorse, but like, I mean, I don't know how long she didn't work for. I don't remember actually at all, but I know at least for a time she didn't work in the wake of that loss for sure. You are incredible for it. I made decisions when I was 18. There's 2 big ones that I will always be thankful that I made. Because even back then, I was 18, so what, with like 2010? I took a real look at the world about, like, Jesus, that poor cat, I hope you're okay. He's still going. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
I took a look at the college loan situation and the reality of it. And I looked at the percentages of the interest rates. I knew that my dad hadn't finished school, and he talked about how he was telling me how like basically the actual amount's barely gone down at all, and it had been at that point, 10 almost 20 years. And I was like, how is that going to get better? Like I remember like asking questions, trying to figure things out. On the whole world at 2010, people were still like, you have to go to college, you have to get a degree, or you will be homeless, and all that shit, right? Like fuck technical degrees because fuck manual labor, even though that's a very respectable profession, you still suck if you do it. It was that whole mentality. And so I just remember, and like I knew.
So now she's going to talk about student loans and such, and her whole mentality is so different. It's just so different. And then after this one's a little bit dry, but after this one, I have another one, and it has a lot of tea in it about her Fifi days and about her SW and stuff like that.
I attended high school for 4 years. I completed 3 years because I was so horrifically bullied. My mental health was so horrifically not handled correctly. I had so many issues going on that I just didn't get to play the game to get the degree because I was smart enough. I just wasn't supported enough. And so I got my GED so quickly and I got it for free because you're supposed to do like 40 hours of work, and they gave me all of the work plus all of the extra work, and I got it all done in like 35 hours. And they were like,
so a GED is only 40 hours of work? Like I don't know anything about the GED, but it's only 40 hours of like classwork.
Really more work for you, so we'll just like sign the paperwork and you're fine. But I made the decision to not go to college because we couldn't afford it, and the only other options was loans. And I, in my heart, knew that if I went to school, I would probably repeat what my dad did, which was go for like a year, maybe 2, not finish. And now he's just.
And I think she blames not going on college on her parents. Like, why didn't you set up a college fund for me type of thing? So that is another like trauma in her eyes. But then she also says here, but I probably wouldn't have finished. I kind of agree with you there, Rosie.
Stuck with these loans that still, I don't think, are fully paid off. And I'm 31. So
it's just so sad that we are and I'm not college. We are, as we know, college is not for everybody. People are brainwashed to believe that they need to go to college forever.
And it's another byproduct of fucking capitalism, because the reason we're brainwashed that way, the reason it's all of that, is because the debt is what is used by the elites of our country to hold people down. Because it is illegal to have these horrifically, just, what's the word I'm looking for? Just monstrous practices that, like, there's a word I'm looking for, I can't remember, but just predatory. They're predatory. They prey on the hopes and dreams of people. And then
that college student gets out of jail and they can't get the job, or not get out of jail. They get out of college and they think they're going to go right into getting a job, and then they're like devastated. I've paid thousands of dollars for an education.
So Rosie believes that no one should have to pay for an education or go to, get student loans or whatever. So the education should be free. But she also believes that nobody, like, you don't have to go, which I agree. Like, not everybody needs to go to college. There's university, there's like trade schools, there's business certificates, there's like early childhood certificates, whatever. But like Rosie has done nothing to set her up for any sort of job. Do you know what I mean? Like, some people, like, they get a certificate and then they can do this and they can do that, and at least they're contributing to their household, and they're getting paid for what they've learned or studied or their trade of work. Do you know what I mean? Like, Rosie has no trade of work, but then she thinks that everything should be distributed equally. Well, Rosie, if everything's distributed equally, like, and nobody ever goes to, like, tries to go and make more money, like, how, like, then, like, you're distributing 3 pennies among 3 people. You know what I mean? I don't know. Does that make sense? Like, she doesn't understand the hard work that some people do go through to get a good wage and a good income. Like, I don't think Rosie could understand going to university for 14 years or 12 years. Like, that is unfathomable to her. Going to school for 9 years or 8 years or whatever.
And now I can't get a job. I'm having
and then they're still living at their parents' house, like, which,
hi, baby guy.
Really me, you know what I mean? But like, that's the thing, is like, they do all that work, they get in that spot, and then like, they're still being a Starbucks barista, and they're still living at their parents' house, and that's not their fault. It's the system's fault.
Here, like, I just can't believe the high educational rates in the States. Like, it is astonishing for me. Like, for me, when I was in university, I think it was $3,000 a semester or something, because it was highly subsidized from the government. And I thought that was, beneficial. Like, a lot of people are able to go to university back then because it was highly subsidized. I couldn't imagine paying $100,000 or more a year.
It's not their fault. They're not bad for it, but they're set up in this capitalistic system that teaches us to blame ourselves for that shit. And so it's just like one of those things where, like, or you get lucky, you know what I mean? And maybe you're the anecdotal example that you did get that job and right? But like, That's not how it is for everyone, because what state you're in, your resources, your background,
and the student loans in Canada, some like depends where you get them, they can be highly predatory too. Like it will take you 20 years, even though you only got 20,000 in student loans. Do you know what I mean? Like the interest rate is extremely high.
frankly, like the color of your skin, so many factors go into like what access you do or don't get. And it's wrong. And I just wanted to quickly go back for a second because there was a second thing that I was saying. That was the first decision, was the college loans. And then when I was a Mormon, when I was like a little girl and like we were doing our little activities and they had us like plan our future weddings when we were like fucking 12 and like our families and lives, like I was literally like, I want to have 6 kids, I want to have 12 kids. And then when I turned like 16, 8, 19, I was like, nah. And I flip-flopped on this a lot, but I decided really young not to have kids and to be like careful about who I dated, how I dated. And like around that time I left Mormonism and all that. And I made the decision like to do everything I can to like, you know, not get pregnant young. And eventually I was.
And doesn't like some places have really good like university benefit scholarships? Like doesn't McDonald's, I don't know if that's correct, have like, and Costco has like a great going to school like scholarship benefit type of thing. Like I think, and trade schools are great. Like, yeah, I don't think you have to go to university, especially the higher universities, but even like getting a certificate, Rosie, even getting a certificate in something, a 3-month course, a 2-year course, a 3-year course, an 18-month course, anything.
Like, I'm just not gonna have kids. And for me, that is a decision I made to break trauma. That's not the decision for everyone. You can break trauma with a family. In fact, you can do that and create a new line of enlightened, you know, emotionally mature children and adults. We need more of that shit. So, you know, so when there are parents that put their kids in therapy, but even more importantly, put themselves in therapy, even if you think you don't need it, you'd be amazed what you learn about yourself just by sitting on that couch with a good therapist and knows how to be a psychological mirror. Because at the end of the day, even if you don't need therapy, you need therapy to deal with the people that refuse to go to therapy and need it.
Girl, that hard. Not that hard.
Yeah. So, jackass for not watching it sooner. Someone said it's funny that you can get a loan from the bank for everything, but starting a business. Yeah, because we make a lot more profit as the backs to be stepped on for corporations than we do for being self-sufficient business starters. Because there's a reason I'm so pro small business, and capitalism pretends to support small businesses. Because the most
Fuck is she talking about? Rosie, small business, but shops at Sam's Club and, you know, all the high chain and shops at Amazon. Link my Amazon wish list.
profit comes from corporations for the elite and the higher ups, off of the backs of the exploited.
Period.
And it's just fundamental truths that so many people are not willing to deconstruct because.
And it's amazing that Rosie's saying this. So tone deaf, so righteous, so indignant. And she really has not had any like real suffering in her life. Like she has never faced like a real discrimination or real peril. Do you know what I mean? And she's just talking like she knows it all. Like it's just so tone deaf. It's just so bad.
It would mean that they would have to reevaluate so many other things, because one of the reasons that like I'm so like what the fuck ever about like the American beauty standard, the you know, cultural impacts of a lot of things is because so much of it is based in the systemic issues of capitalism. Like, for example, you know, a lot of product lines, a lot of companies create like 3, 5, 8 lines of products, and like they want you to sell you the full line. So they pay all these researchers and these scientists to come up with all this research and reason as to why You need the shampoo and the conditioner and the oil and the cream and the foam and the spray and the this and the that. When in actuality, all the buildup of these products harms, and let's say hair, for example, or skin, harms your hair or skin more. And really, all you need is a basic cleanser and maybe like some coconut oil. And maybe not literally coconut oil. It could be another oil, jojoba oil. I don't fucking know. Rosemary oil. Fucking your mama's oil. I don't know. You know, and simplifying your life is anti-capitalist.
Your mama's oil, Rosie.
Because they can't capitalize on you if there isn't room for your money to be spent and to collect and to hoard. Because that greed, all of that feeds the monster that is capitalism. And most of the time, the people that are pro-capitalists, like, and what I mean by that is like people who are educated on the topic and are still pro-capitalists are the people that want to capitalize and hoard money and be rich and frankly worship money more than they care about the morality behind it. And they may not view it that way because a lot of those people especially, they view themselves as like a good person. They view themselves as someone who may be caring or giving or whatever. But like what it boils down to, like when they're alone in a room and no one is watching, are they really?
Mm-hmm. You know, do you ever wonder, I personally sit and wonder sometimes, are we really, talking about the United States of America, are we really in a progressive society?
No. We are in a glorified, like, this might not be the right wording, because I was going to say third world country, but that's not true. That's not what I mean. Like second world. Like in terms of like, we've got the internet access, right? We've got the phones, we've got the food, but millions of us are starving. Millions of us are living skeletal lives. Millions of us are wrecking ourselves down.
Rosie, you need to live a skeletal life. No, I'm sorry. That was bad. Rosie's so ignorant. Like, she's just so dumb. But she acts like she knows everything. It's so bad. I know this is dry for a lot of people, but it gets good. Believe me. Hang in there. Hang in there, troops. I know we can do it.
The bone and don't even have enough time to consider mental health care. Millions of us are suffering in silence. Hey, Curva. And millions of us are victim to systemic issues.
I feel like it's a lot of back and forth. Take care of yourself, but yet I can't take off work.
Rosie, I don't think, like, Rosie's going to be lecturing people on systemic issues while she floats in her parents' backyard. Got it.
Take care of myself because the bills that I have. Or, oh, you need to eat better, but yeah, organic options are so expensive that the noodles.
Dude, ramen's getting expensive at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know.
That's the thing is like you're so accurate in that. Like I'm spending almost $100 a week on just going to a fresh marketplace and buying produce.
Guess who's gonna learn how to garden since piggies are piggying? Real talk.
As you should, girl. As you should.
And I know I can do it because it's actually my dad's family, avid gardeners. They can grow anything, so it's in me. I just gotta figure it out.
And like at the end of the day, I think, you know, being raised in the 90s and being raised, I don't know what your experience with dieting was before the age of 18, but like I was on Atkins by the age of 12. I'd already tried like Weight Watchers and other things by that point. And like just having that constant like restrict and binge cycles because of just like not being allowed, like other people trying to control me and my diet, and they were trying to fix surface level issues.
Okay, YouTubes, I'm just saying this in case AI goes through my transcripts. This is an educational stream. I will be doing educational shit when they talk about EDs. You're probably going to ding me anyways. But this is all educational.
Instead of addressing the reason I was eating the way that I was. Mm-hmm. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, I didn't even tell other people what happened to me at the age of 6 until I was 18. And there are some aspects around that part of the trauma that are very hard, and I don't talk about those parts publicly about when I finally told people at the age of 18. But you know, I was quite literally stuffing down the pain. I had so much blockage in my throat, like emotionally, and I had such deep like pain and sorrow that a child shouldn't understand. I mean, I didn't understand, but shouldn't experience either.
I had friends.
Oh my God. Rosie's acting like she was like the child called it. Have you guys ever read that book? It's really good. Rosie's taking like excerpts right from that book. Like Rosie's acting like she was chained up in the back room for 36 years and nobody talked to her. Like not one person. Oh my God.
I had friends at school, but food was my friend at home.
Food was also consistent until it wasn't, but that's the other thing. But like, yeah, food is a friend. Yeah, I think that's how I used to talk about it a lot when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because I was so lonely and like so just neglected emotionally and in other ways, but emotionally for sure. And it's hard when you like need to talk about those things and you want to talk about them. My hair is actually pretty long. It's in a bun clip right now. But basically, I'm sorry, what was I saying? I had an ADHD moment. Then you had resentment because you still didn't feel chosen.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I mean, you didn't. I said, you didn't get it together for me. I said, my feelings of abandonment are a feeling of not mattering at all. I said, it started at home. I said, you showed me, and I said, not that it was your intention, but that's how I viewed the world. Like, oh, I don't matter. Like,
I had the dynamic of siblings, and basically being like the black sheep.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a whole other thing that I don't like to get into that on the internet for several reasons.
So I think that sentence is the whole foundation of everything. She felt like the black sheep of the family. She felt like she wasn't getting the attention, that, she was different. She wasn't the artistic one. She wasn't the autistic one. She was the black sheep, the black sheep, the black individual sheep. What's an individual sheep? It's a sheep. Oh my God, I'm going down a rabbit hole in my brain right now. But I think that is the root of everything.
Oh God, no. I got more issues than Vogue. I feel you. I do.
Yeah, exactly, Capone. Yes, Andrea.
I feel you. I do.
Same, Bessie. Oh shit.
Oh, to be.
That was funny.
And of course, and I'm big.
Yeah. Oh, we also get the fat trauma. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
I'm big and I like myself, and it makes people uncomfortable.
This is why we're friends.
Like, like when you get that friend request or whatever on a social media app, and it's like, oh, I know you've heard about me. Totally my life yesterday. Somebody sent me a friend request on Facebook that they're like, I just knew, oh, someone told you something because here you are.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I think I saw the vague book post about that.
Yeah, because girl, it's somebody from my job.
Oh shit, fuck that. And yeah, so earlier, like I mentioned, like I said, I don't know how like dieting was for me and stuff. I'm really thankful. My mom was never like maliciously fat phobic to me. But she had her own views and things that impacted me, and like, the doctors were focused on my weight and not my problems. Specifically, I can't fucking do it because like I was doing all that in the early 2000s, so it was all like that super processed, like vapid garbage food that was like, like the 100-cal cookie packs and like the like protein bars and like all like the fake food that was marketed as like health food, with like all those like fake chemicals and shit. Like kids shouldn't be eating that shit, and we know that now, and I will never know how much that impacted my psyche, my physical issues, like all these health issues that I'm dealing with in terms of like my joints and like connective tissues, like, because at the end of the day, like I was eating that instead of foods that were good for me. So like during my most formative years, I was not getting proper nutrients. So that's why I'm like so anti-diet.
So my mom is plus size, and they were never hard on me about weight stuff. But now, me being comfortable in my skin the way that I am,
do they act almost threatened by it?
well, like my mom, she's, I would say, typical plus size person of the past, where everything's covered, you don't show skin like that.
Yeah.
So I'm questioned a lot about my outfits. Are you going to wear that
my mom
outside?
has finally stopped. I drew enough boundaries about it. She no longer does that to me, but yeah, I feel that.
She's like, are you going to wear that out? Are you actually going to wear that out of the house? Like questions like that. And I finally had to tell her, like, this is a different day.
Yeah.
And I'm decades younger than, I hate to get it. I'm decades younger than you, like mom. And don't you,
my mom got sick of my mouth about it, I think, because eventually I just stopped giving a shit. And I was just like, this is what I'm wearing. Like stop. Like we're not doing this, you know. But my mom is pretty big on respect. So
Baby Geico, the food crisis in America is complex, is all I can say. It's not just your your economic status, but there's a lot of places in America and Canada and everything that there are, like, you're just not able to get the food. Like, you're just not able to get it. What do they call it? A food desert? Yeah. So it's very complex type of thing.
like, as am I, if you haven't noticed, when I feel disrespected. So bitches. Sorry. I never bring that up again. But my point is, when I'm disrespected, I go full throttle.
And like, there are some programs to try to help, like with milk, like giving milk or cheese and stuff, but it's just very, very complex. And a lot of even the community that you're in isn't like is having a financial crisis as well, or water contamination crisis. So even if you live in a city like with 100,000 people, the city itself is in financial crisis. You may not be able to get clean water. Like, it's very complex, and it all depends on like kind of where you're talking about as well.
And so I get that from my mom. Heavily. And so, you know, when it comes to that shit, I don't take disrespect. And the bottom line is, I think my mom and I, in a lot of ways, have very different views on what is respect. And I actually think, because like my mom is like,
I know, I saw that, Scarlett, and I was just like flabbergasted. Like, I was just like, really, like, she's so ignorant and tone deaf. Like, she really is. She's trying to talk about her systemic challenges and stuff. Like, oh, it's just shocking. It's actually really shocking.
Pro-capitalism, you know, like, and as are most of her generation, because they were raised just to view it as freedom, which is fucking ironic as fuck. But you know, they really do, like, it's like, especially just the boomer generation overall. So yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought because I'm getting tired. But you know, I started out this live with the intention of like, I'm just gonna dance in my pool for a little bit, and then we ended up in a really deep discussion about trauma and capitalism. Oh, I had a little bit of education in there. You know what I'm saying? I may probably end this live here soon just so I can save it, because I honestly feel really good about this conversation. Are you cool with me like tagging you in it?
Yeah, that's cool.
Collaborating and all that? Cool. Because like, I know you're talking about some heavy shit, so I just wanted to know if you wanted to be.
Oh, you know, I am open about that, about my situation, you know.
Lit. But yeah, I just think.
Sorry, Baby Geico, that was completely tone deaf of myself. Like, I totally answered that question without thinking of what's going on in your life as well. And I apologize for that. Yes. Yeah, that was incredibly tone deaf of me to say that. Ugh.
I hope if people like watch the playback and get this far, that they got some good insight out of it. Because I really feel like this conversation was fucking dope, frankly. Like, not in like a dude way, but in a like deeper way.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like recently, like the past month or two, I've really been like using these like dated slang terms, and I'm not gonna stop. It's just who I am.
Girl, they played Big Green Tractor at my prom, if that tells you anything.
I didn't even go to my prom.
Really?
Yeah. Money. I was bullied a lot. In fact, I was nominated. I don't remember if I was nominated for Homecoming Queen or Prom Queen as an orchestrated joke.
Oh my God. Okay, I just saw the movie She's All That. This is the exact storyline where they nominate someone as prom queen as a joke. It's pretty much every after school special. Rosie's getting her script from Carrie as well.
Wow, I haven't thought about that in years. Yeah, I was nominated, and like when my name was read, my jaw dropped and like the room left. That was
People are so terrible, but you know what? Look at you now, 80,000 people.
hold on. I'm just gonna dance to that. Okay, sorry. I just had to.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Like,
honestly though, like I'm literally about to get a paid interview for an international established magazine.
So
them bitches really were hating on me.
And you have the last laugh. And I feel you on that, girl. People that didn't fool with me like that, oh, now they all up under me now. Like, oh, Billy.
International magazine. I think she's talking about Take 5 from Australia, which is like the Daily Inquirer, where they talk about like Sasquatch, Bigfoot sightings, you know, and My Mother the Alien. That's the international magazine that Rosie's talking about.
You know my real name is. But I always believed it. Yeah, you just see it working now. That's all that's wrong, honey. But I will say this: when I was getting my hair done the other day, or not the other day, but last month when I got it done, there's this girl. She's an apprentice at my hairstylist salon, and it's her senior prom. She's doing her senior prom. I said, "Are you going to your prom, or what are you wearing?" She said, "Oh, I'm not going." I said, "Girl, you will regret not going to your prom, even if you go and just eat a couple chicken tenders and leave."
You know what? I don't regret not going. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
I'm not saying that that's for sure for her or whatever, but for me, I don't regret going because
if Rosie went to prom, something would have happened, like they threw tomatoes at her or something like that. It would have been a traumatic thing. The high school, football star, like tripped her on the dance floor or something. Like, that's her story.
I would have had a miserable time. And in 2019, I did get the chance. I did get. Hi guys. Hey both of you. Hi, both of you are welcome to come up if you want to. We've been having an in-depth. Well, actually, I might start a new live. Because I want to save this real quick. But
Sam, good catch.
Yeah, we just had a really deep conversation about trauma for a couple hours. Pretty lit. But yeah. Oh yeah, so I was thinking I don't regret not going to my.
I think the prom in the States is like a big kind of dance that happens once a year, twice a year, and you get like nominated prom king and prom queen, like one person in the school, and it's a big thing to be asked. Like they do big ask outs, like almost like prom proposals, and you get a big fancy dress, and it's a really big night. We don't have them up here.
I would have had a miserable time, and when I went to homecoming, it was rough for me because I got laughed at. So my high school crush like actually danced with me. I don't remember if I asked him or what happened. We were just friends, but it was like one of those things where like, I mean, in the moment.
And the magazine, like they have like magazines that are just full of like kind of like fake headlines, kind of like aliens landed on Earth or I birthed 9 babies. You know what I mean? Like they're just sensationalized. It's very sensationalized headlines that may or may not be true. Or if there's truth to them, there's just a little inkling of truth, but they're very, very sensationalized. And Rosie was interviewed for her Fifi content.
I was actually really happy about it, but it was just like that was a stressful day for me overall. And so
this is the magazine that she brought to Texas to show Remy. The Daily Mail was an online article where she posed with a cane, but the one that she brought to Texas is the magazine she's talking about.
And I got the chance to do an adult prom, so I don't regret it. My answer might have been different before I got to do the adult prom, but the adult prom was lit as hell because it was a BBW event.
Okay. Well, no, I would totally respect that. Mm-hmm. She did tell me that she's glad that she went because she actually
good.
I seen her recently, the girl. Mm-hmm. I said, I'm glad you went. I said, because her and her dress is beautiful and everything. I said, I just felt like she needed to go, and I'm glad she took my advice and went.
Yeah, for sure.
Y'all people put y'all's numbers in the comments. I
just, no offense. I just think it's the dumbest shit. Don't do that. It's so bad. Don't ever put your number on the fucking public internet. Ever. As someone who's had their phone number cloned, don't share your phone number with anyone unless you fucking fuck with them heavily. Shit's rough, man. I trusted some dude, gave him my phone number.
So maybe like the Toronto area in Ontario had proms, but my province definitely did not have a prom.
A little too early on in the process, motherfucker cloned my phone number and like tried to hack my life. He spied on me through my camera. Don't give out your phone number. Don't dox yourself.
Period.
It doesn't matter if they're crossed from the waters or not. It's still fucking, because people, Americans do it too. I've seen it in my comments. I'm constantly deleting phone numbers out of my comments. Shit. All right. I think I'm gonna actually end this. Do you want to like go back live, or do you want to go like do something else?
I was gonna start. I only get an hour, but
okay.
I might.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna cut this now so I can save it. Because this could end any minute, and if it does, it won't let me save it.
Okay.
I think I might be getting out of here soon anyway. We'll see. Maybe I'll do a couple dance videos before I get out.
Okay.
But I just want to thank everybody who's still hanging out in here. I saw a few of you have been in here almost the entire time, which like fucking y'all are dope. Yeah, and if you're watching the playback and you're here at the end, fuck yeah. And Billy, we'll talk soon.
Okay, that little quick thing, this is on her Instagram. Where is it?
It's like fucking y'all are dope. Yeah, and if you're watching the playback and you're here at the end, fuck yeah. And Billy, we'll talk soon.
So that's a picture on her Instagram. Like, girl, you haven't changed your Instagram at all. There's still crap on it. So this next part is, I think we've watched it before, but I thought we would watch it again because there's a lot of new interesting tidbits in it. She's in the pool. There are two people, but she gives a lot of information coming up.
Okay, I guess Miss Aniko has some good contracts for her copyrights because I got yeeted from Instagram Live for listening to her and dancing around like a crazy lady. I was popping pussy, y'all.
We've seen the first part of it on the other stream, and I might have edited some of it out until the people come up.
I don't normally do that. That's not a Rosie thing. Actually, sorry guys, you won't be able to hear the music, but I'm gonna solve this problem. You can do it again. Hey, where's the dude that put my Cash App? If you guys want requests, you're gonna need a tip. I ain't free, babe. Shit. I'm being a brat. But you guys like it. But yeah, in the last live, this guy popped in and he put my Cash App in there for me because he's a fucking trooper. I was stretching earlier. I have a tip for you. I swear to God, if you say it's your cock, I'm gonna literally vomit. That was a little bitchy. I'm sorry. But it's been said to me before. Just a queen doing queen shit. Hell yeah. Yes, girl. Yes. I say the same thing. I'm not free. Exactly. Did you just say yum to? Oh, okay, good. I was like, if you said yum to me vomiting, I'm gonna like. Okay, thank you. No, that was funny. You know what? Iron Mike, I appreciate that you get my sense of humor. Thank you. Because the bitter, horny dudes that don't are the problem. You can be horny for me as long as you're not bitter. You are welcome to be horny for me. I've got a link in the bio for that. Shit. If you don't want to tip me, you can just sub to my link in bio, babes. What am I doing? Oh, music. Right.
All right, I'm just going to speed up this part because it's a lot.
Sorry, guys. Instagram Live.
But I took this for my.
What was I doing earlier? I'm learning this move. It's new to me. Hold on. See, I gotta just get into it.
It's so bad. Help me.
I'm better at popping my ass under the water. Thank you, Iron Mike. I'm in Florida, y'all. Yes, she did, and she really liked it. Thank you for asking. Yeah, my mom really enjoyed the dinner. Silent disco pool party vibes. Fuck yeah. That's where all the fun girls are. Did your mom like her dinner? Yeah, she did. Guys, I honestly fucking killed it. Like, I just wanted to enjoy dinner when she got home. She just needed to do stuff, I guess, and she's already asleep. That's my mom. My entire life, she's been an overworker. I love her.
Oh my God. And God, I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh yes, remember this slide at the beginning when we watch this next part? Like, it's very, very, very apparent. All those things those 8 things, like, it's very apparent. Let me just go over them real quick. Persistent, excessive emotionality and attention seeking, rapidly shifting, shallow emotions, exaggerated expression of emotions, discomfort when not the center of attention, consistent use of appearance to attract attention, interactions inappropriately sexual, provocative, impressionistic, and vague speech, easily influenced by people, situations. Again, we are not, what are we not doing? We are not diagnosing. We are just learning shit. Wrong button.
I wasn't like, so if you want to know what I made, by the way, Iron Mike and anyone watching, I vlog on my Instagram stories. So I vlogged my life today and I cooked my mom.
Jam.
I didn't like say this, but like I did the dishes and like cooked for my mom because my mom doesn't give a shit about things. Like, she doesn't really want presents ever. She like generally gets uncomfortable by them, frankly. And this song, I'm already over it. She wants to chemical. Yeah, so but what I'm saying is if you want to see me make it, like, you can watch the whole thing. But basically I made this like wrap using, and I pan fried bacon and ham, and I put cheese, that, and I made a homemade aioli. Excuse me. I wrapped it up in this. It's called a Joseph Lavash bread. The whole fucking fat was only like 120 calories with like 12 grams of protein. I thought that one serving was a whole sheet, but that's actually technically half a sheet. But one serving is only like 60 calories, I think. Yeah, my love language is so touch. Same. I need to know that you love me, not buy me things, do things. Yeah. Like, I prefer, I mean, I love it. I love a thoughtful gift. If someone hands me a bag of shit and it's useless to me, but it's just shiny and pretty, it means nothing to me. If someone takes a ton of time and effort into getting a gift for me, oh my God, like a fucking fall apart puddle melting just goo, okay? But like, and of course, like with the stuff I do online, when people go out of their way to like give me gifts or something, I genuinely, like, my heart's so touched by it, right? But like, to me, more than anything,
Rosie is very into gifts.
An acts of service. When someone does
touch and acts of service and gifts
something for me, I'm just like, oh, you really love me. Oh my God, thank you so much. You know, so
dark. No,
I look like I'm from that one TV show when I was a kid. Is it Future Steven Future something? Tell me, show me, don't buy me. Word on that, man. You're cool, Iron Mike. I fuck with you. The fact that I want to have late night pool dance parties with you when I'm in Ohio. Girl, listen, all I'm saying is I don't live far from like Clearwater or Tampa. Honestly, Clearwater and that area is in like St. Pete specifically is far better to me than Tampa. I think Tampa's kind of dirty, smelly, and annoying, if I'm being honest. But I fuck with St. Pete so hard. Hey, Jazz.
So Rosie just putting out casually like where she's located and stuff. Okay. I see you, girl.
Cool. The vibes are immaculate tonight. How are you? I love this new song by Post Malone. You're in the pool and I'm in a real hot bath. Ooh, hell yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take a stifling hot shower when I'm done. Gotta do chemical. It's a chemical. I just have to make sure I don't accidentally like wake up my mom. She's gonna be pissed about that. It's a Sunday night, y'all. She got work, and I normally do, but I'm on a short-term leave, which is why my life is what it is right now. It is not too warm. Just home from celebrating with my BFF. What you celebrating, Jazz? Did I miss an update? Probably. I've been up my own ass lately, but I try to like see as much of like what my mutuals have going on, and I just recently unfollowed a bunch of people that were mutuals that I think I made mutuals for the wrong reasons. And they just didn't give a fuck about me. But like I have a lot of mutuals that like give a fuck about me. So I'm trying to like remember to check in on y'all. Y'all, if commenters aren't responding back to you, I am ho.
And she mentions the short-term leave a lot. Like she talks about it a lot coming up. So it's coming.
Huh?
I am ho.
Also, if you guys are like adding other people and they aren't responding, please don't harass them in my comments. I will have to mute you, just out of respect for the people that are here to vibe. Don't be bothering people. This is the tip of the slow, so I can just do like a slow ass pop.
Yes. So this is May 14th, 2023. So what had happened was something happened at New Year's. And then 3 months later in March, it was brought up again. And she got into a fight with Ivy and Rain about the use of the cane or something like that. Or the video. I'm not sure exactly. They had a falling out. Anyways, Roz went to work and started spiraling because of the fight. And then she remembered what happened in January. And then so she tried to tell the police about it. Anyways, she was at work and then all of a sudden had a breakdown and had to go in an ambulance ride. I'm not sure if she was at work or in a store or something, but she was somewhere. Or no, she was driving and she pulled over and she had to go get an ambulance ride to go to the mental hospital, which is pretty much the same thing that happened the last time she had an in-office job where somebody yelled at her about doing her job and how she was doing it. Like she got not yelled. She got a criticism about how she was doing her job. And then she spiraled and then called the ambulance.
Oh, duh. Of course, Mother's Day.
And went on leave.
Well, great. I'm really glad you were able to do that. Oh, okay. Home. Right. Got you. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let's do this little slow ass pop under the water. I can't wait to do ass pops outside of the water. It'll be soon. I don't know how soon is, but the song is called Just Pretend by Bad Omens. I need to look at more of their music, but I love this song like a lot. I don't even fully know what the lyrics are, but just the vibes of this song are immaculate. You're in cloud 9 right now. Honestly, I do feel like that. I feel like I'm on top of the world. I just overcame a lot of gross shit, and I'm better for it. We're all here to vibe, not cross-check conversations. Thank you, Charlene. You listen, not to be like an egotistical bitch, but like, y'all here to talk to me. Talk to me. Ask me questions. When I'm live, it's about me. No, apparently I'm like, yeah, I'm over there. This is her first Mother's Day, so we were doing it. Aw, I'm so glad you got to do that with her. Unless you have like a mom friend to like celebrate Mom Day, you know? Today's a complicated day for me. One person wished me happy Mother's Day with good intentions, and if you know my history, you know why that's hard. If you don't, that's okay. Because you know what? You never know what will happen. I have a beautiful future. Yeah, it's a vibe here. Exactly. By the way, I did create a Quirky Love Rose Twitter. I'm not really using it yet. I really should be posting shit on there too. I've been posting more of my like pool videos on my.
Now she is thinking about maybe having a family. Where in the last stream she was completely opposed to it because of society,
18 plus,
capitalism. So she will never have a child.
Left Twitter. The first one is bomb. Truth. I have such bad ADHD. I don't know what you mean by the first one. That's my bad. Is the water freezing? No, I'm in Florida. It's actually kind of warm. When I wake up. Just kidding. Not yet. When I wake up, I can't even stay up. I slept through the day. Fuck. I'm not getting younger, but when I'm older, I'll be so much stronger. I'll stay up for longer. Meet me at our spot. No, that was flat.
I had to leave this in because it's flat. The thing is, I can't sing. I know I'm tone deaf, and I know that I'm flat. Rose thinks that she's a singer.
Bye. Maybe are you coming for the ride? Yeah, no, I don't want to try that. I don't know.
It's almost done.
I'm still trying to recover my voice from after quitting vapes. Specifically THC vapes. I don't do nicotine shit. Never have. No judgment. Just I already have bad lungs. I should have never vaped in the first place. Even fall asleep. Something's gonna hold me. When I lived in Hawaii, the water was super cold. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Did you see her trying to pop her bum?
I don't know if y'all saw that really pathetic ass pop or not.
It was very pathetic.
Take a drive. Maybe we can hit the 405.
All right. Come on. My editing skills. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, my guy. It's 11 p.m. at night. Of course there's darkness.
Sorry, I brought it right on with the belch.
That's the sky over there. Did you take some time? Yes, I'm actually on a 2-month-long leave. And so, like, I'm trying to use this time. Again. Sorry. The song change. I'm trying to use this time to heal. Because my area didn't have a PHP program, which means partial hospitalization program. Which is like...
So she's taking a 2-month leave to heal.
In between residential, which is what I did for 5 days. And
yes,
thank you for calling
yes,
me
it was
sexy.
a
Sexy. I have a link in my bio you might like. Anyway, yeah, I'm honestly, this is like one of the first few times I've lived here for over a year. I would get in the pool, I would maybe kind of like swim around a little, do some little stretches, but I'm finally like really trying to connect with my body. And like, if you've been paying attention to my story, I'm a fat anorexic, and trigger warning, I dropped 30 pounds in a month. I went through some really dark shit. I was bullied and gaslit really hard on the internet by some really shitty people.
Oh my God. Okay. So now we're going to get into the fat Anna stuff. And YouTubies, this is just educational and transformative and opinionated or whatever. But it's very interesting. So Rosie said she lost 30 pounds in a month, which is like 7 pounds a week. And 30 pounds at her weight is like 0.5%. Is that right? Yes, 0.5% of her body weight. And she still talks about this to this day. She probably would just ate in moderation. Like she probably just ate her regular calories. Like with Dr. Now, you can lose 30 to 50 pounds. He puts his 600-pound people on.
And I landed in the hospital because of that and other reasons. These people gaslit me into thinking I was manic when I wasn't. And it was cleared by my doctors. I went through some really dark shit. And the internet, especially the feederism community that I've since left, really thinks that like I'm just this bad person because of all this lying and gaslighting and me deciding to fucking nuke my position and being honest about.
So here she talks about how she was kicked out of this community. I don't think it's 5%, 600. 10% of 600 is 60. Yes, 5%. Sorry, my bad. 5%. God, that seems big. But
what the gross stuff is behind the scenes. I'm coming out of it, and I feel so free and happy and thankful for my life that at the age of 31, I'm never going to prioritize other people's expectations of me, desires of me, over myself and my health. I'm trying to reclaim myself. I'm recently diagnosed as diabetic for the first time. I was pre-diabetic at age 18, and So this was, I can't tell if that's a 3 or a 2. I think it's 3 years ago. So this is when she was on, like, writing Obese to Beast, Michelle McDonald, writing Zachary Michael, like, trying to get on every podcast possible. Like, this was when she was really trying to push herself. She tried to market herself because she got kicked out of the theater community. She had no way to make money. She had to enter Girl World and market herself as this ex-feedie. And that's the only reason why she was doing this. She was trying to make money. She realized she couldn't anymore in that community. So she had to switch gears and come into Girl World barreling like she was so different. Reversed it a couple times and, kind of yo-yoed. And then life happened past few years. And I'm like, I caught it really early. And that's kind of triggered some really serious stuff with my ED. And I'm currently vlogging about all that shit on my stories. And if you fuck with me, if you ride with me, if you think I'm dope, I hope you check in and follow along and skip through the stories up for you and listen to the wisdom that I try to share at times and watch me be a goofy dumbass at other times. Because that's just who I am as a person. And I like to share that with people. So. $20. I just like to ride with people that appreciate people who are 100% authentic. Even if they're not perfect. That's just what I'm looking for, Rosie's looking for authentic people when she's the least authentic person. Yeah, Rosie did not have Anna. Anna's more than just losing 30 pounds.
way more. And she doesn't get that. She doesn't get that concept at all. She just thinks because she ate like normal calorie for her size rather than excess and she lost weight that she's a nana. No, she just went on some moderation. It's completely different than what a true ED is. Exactly. Hey. Yeah, 1 month.
Yeah, anyway,
1
I lost my
month.
train of thought there. Oh, but yeah, so like I said, I've just been going through some shit. And I'm excited to be happy.
Excited.
I've been really happy. You know, I got some shit figured out. I got some answers. And so I'm just working on myself. World outside, far away, a man out today. Oh, my shoulders are still packing a lot of stress. Hold on, guys. I'm doing some stretches before I continue dancing. Man in the moon disappear.
Rosie, please don't ruin one of my favorite songs. Yeah, like a true like Anna or ED is a lot mental. There's a lot of mental in it. There's a lot of it's very complex. All I can say. It's not just dieting. If you want to know.
Somewhere in the stratosphere. Tell my mother. Ugh. Also, I'm getting a little sore, so I might cool it on.
This is why Rosie will never. What is she getting sore from? What has she done? What has she's done nothing. She popped a little butt. She popped a little ass. This is why Rosie will never lose weight because she thinks if she loses even 10 pounds that it's an ED. It's not. This is why she will never, ever, ever, ever lose weight.
How hard I've been dancing. Or I'll play Karma and say fuck it and go.
Exactly.
I told that story yesterday on my Instagram stories about why I started playing Karma a lot on like I was like dancing to it, lip syncing to it or whatever, stretching to it. Because like when I was in the hospital, someone requested that song. There's like a whole story behind it. Whew. It's gonna be my book. I can't wait to make my book a reality. I've been talking about it for years. Hey, Jamster. Hello.
And she talks about this book a lot.
For today. I'm having a really good day. I mean, earlier was hard, but I got through it. And I've, been taking care of myself. I have been drinking soda, so I keep burping. I currently do not have any pets, unfortunately. I have not been able to get over the death of my cat who passed away in 2015. And also, I want to be a certain level of stable. And I don't think this house is the place. I think when I'm out on my own, hopefully in the next year, that's the goal. That's the dream. I'm going to have to start making a lot of sacrifices and being a lot less impulsive. I'm saying that to myself. Bitch, stop spending your money. And save. Because I have some dreams and some plans. And I'm keeping those to myself for now. I'm not talking about those on my story. I did allude to the dream, the goal. I want to get my ass to fucking Billy. I want to get my ass to fucking Colorado or Oregon. And I haven't really made any decisions regarding that yet. Realize. Do you want to come out, girl? They understand. I'm not angry. Me too. So good. Dude, Billy, I ride so hard for you. How was your day? Fabulous. Scandalous. Took so many hot photos. Took a hot video. I had a hot day. I made my own food.
She's just literally insane. I don't even know how to say. Scandalous. Took a hot video. Took some hot photos. I had a hot day while she's eating a granola bar. Like, girl, come on.
Made my mom food for her Mother's Day. Oh, you live in Omaha?
Yeah,
I lived in Omaha for a while.
I went to visit my mom. I had already gave her present, so we both took a nap.
Good. You know what? A nice little family nap.
Yes, she didn't feel like going out, so I was like, okay, well, I'm cool with it. I don't feel like having to wait in line and everywhere. You know, even the crappy restaurants had a waiting list.
Mm-hmm. Of course, yeah. You couldn't. Oh, hi, Jamie. Wait, Jamie that I worked with? Wait, Jamie that I worked with? Is that the Jamie that I worked with? Is that the Jamie that I worked with? I have a lot to tell you. And if you're not, still, I think there's another Jamie that I remember. But I just looked at your picture and I realized, I was like, wait, I think your hair color is different.
I'd be mortified if I saw someone I worked with on my social media when I was bobbing around in a pool like this, talking about all the shit that Rosie talks about. I'd be mortified.
Also, I have the worst memory. But yeah, girl, I'm in Florida. Oh, you missed me totally popping my pussy. You totally missed me popping my pussy earlier, which is not like a Rosie activity. But I was literally like with my headphones on, sitting here like I'm gonna just try to do it for you because you're you. I'm like, I was like literally in Go like not a move I do.
I'm gonna take some pictures tonight.
And no, I'm not in Vegas.
I'm gonna take some pictures tonight too. Because I'm overdue.
Well, you know what? I'm so hot. I have somebody taking FaceTime pictures of me while I was just being hot. There we go, King. What's good? What's
I'm having a late dinner. So.
Yeah, I started my day late. I had some things fucking me up this morning. But you know what, Billy? I'm not great. I know it's on the internet, so it's not a secret. But I'm not guess what? I'm making moves behind the scenes, and I'll tell you, it's remind me to DM you. Oh, this bitch always wins.
So she's making move behind the scenes. I'm gonna just slow it down a bit. I'm gonna tell you, but this bitch always wins. So this is just after the fight with her and Ivy and Rain.
What's good? Hey, sexy. Is that me? Is that me? Yes, it is, bitch. Even if you weren't talking to me. I saw your big panty. Congratulations, you have eyes. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Top tier elites making a cringe face. My God, did you look in the mirror? Because that makes sense. I'm on one tonight.
Girl, be on one.
I'm 100% sober. I'm just on one.
I got a new fan in my room. I'm on one too.
Oh, hell yeah. We love that for you. That's some queen shit right there. I need a new fan. Mine's a little rusty, dusty, busty. But I love her. She keeps me alive in this weather. Where are you from? I am sex. Not a cringe baby. Oh, okay. Sorry, top tier. Sometimes I get real feisty, if you will. And I'll correct myself when I realize I was wrong in my.
So I think I left it in just because it just kind of talks about how vindictive she is and how she realizes, you know how we always said that she villainizes her friends or her ex-mods or an ex-boyfriend or whatever, but she villainizes anybody that wrong does her. And I think here she talks about it, but she knows that she does it.
Feistiness. But I'm in a fuck around and find out kind of mood lately. Billy, I love you so much. God bless you. God bless you.
You know, like you try to be cool, you try to be nice with people, and it's like real, like please don't.
Yeah, like literally this morning, I literally like wait for this bitch's jugular because she was like, I'm not sorry, but because I'm overweight, but like you're gonna die hella young. And then she followed me, and I was like, I'm coming for you, bitch. And I did, and I embarrassed her because she was talking about all this shit. Like, you're not gonna cheat yourself. I was like, yeah.
I want to clip that so bad. I'm coming for you, bitch. I love it. Watch her face.
Please don't.
Yeah, like literally this morning, I literally like wait for this bitch's jugular because she was like, I'm not sorry, but because I'm overweight, but like you're gonna die hella young. And then she followed me, and I was like, I'm coming for you, bitch. And I did, and I embarrassed her because she was talking about all this shit. Like, you're not gonna cheat yourself. I was like, yeah, bitch. I'm a fat anorexic, and I starved myself for a month, and I just dropped 30 pounds. You embarrassed yet? Because fuck you and your mama.
Could you imagine if Rosie uses that as a retort to somebody? Like she actually said that to somebody. Like, can you imagine? She's so insufferable.
And your mama.
Obviously, Mom.
He didn't raise you right.
And let her know also.
And then she trauma dumped on me about how some friend she had died who was 800 pounds or whatever. which first of all, I'm not even close to that weight. Second of all, fuck you. I'm not here to help you like fucking relive your trauma. Oh yeah, Kay, I'll make you a moderator. Thank you. Don't over moderate though, please. Unless they're like super fucked up, you can.
She just goes, I'm not here to help you relive your trauma. Meanwhile, all what Rosie does is talk about her past trauma. Do you know what I mean? Like she always talks about it with her audience. But yet one person says something like, anecdotally, like, I have a friend that died of being morbidly obese, and Rosie's like, I'm not here to relive your trauma.
Just mute people. But
And when random strangers
thank you, King.
yeah, feel the need to try to tell you, I'm like, you're trying to tell me about your friend that whatever happened to him, and that's sad. Don't put that on me, you know?
Ooh,
hey, Brandon.
Exactly. Oh, Sam. So someone just said, I read some news and it says that fat is really not that unhealthy. So yes, and yes. I mean, yes, actually not yes and no. Yes. Like the bottom line is when you're my size, there are negative health benefits. I got my AC1 or whatever it's called. It's only at a 6.8. I am a brand new diabetic.
Thank you.
I don't even need insulin. Literally the rest of my blood work, you want to know what the words my doctor used were? Fantastic, immaculate, basically perfect. My good cholesterol was perfect.
Again, she is young. Her body is compensating. These lab values won't last forever. Rosie doesn't understand that. Her body is young. She's supposed to have really good lab values. She's supposed to have perfect lab values, regardless of her size. But she doesn't. Her A1C is 6.8. I wouldn't call that a good lab value. Pretty much blood sugar, thyroid may be impacted at that age. Of course, your hemoglobin and anemia, especially in women. Those are the three kind of big ones, unless you have some illness or chronic disease or, God forbid, like cancer or something like that. But those are the big three ones that are usually a little bit different in your 30s or early 30s, late 20s. But Rosie shouldn't even have an abnormal A1C. Let me just put it that way. Her having an abnormal A1C is abnormal enough. That's enough to say that she's not healthy.
My bad cholesterol was.
I hate it when they say this. I hate it when they say, oh, my labs were great. Yeah, because you're young. It's supposed to be great. Your labs are always great unless you have some very significant chronic illness, very significant disease process, or something like cancer. Everyone's labs should be normal. Like, it's not a flex to say you have normal labs.
Perfect. My good cholesterol needed to be increased, not lowered. Increased. And literally, like all these other, like all the basics of the blood work that she ran were good.
Yeah, Pat.
I have issues involving things like I basically have a potential autoimmune issue, which is more likely related to my trauma.
I don't even know what she's talking about here. But let me just say, yes. So things like electrolytes, those are going to be normal. Like your potassium, your sodium, your CO2, all your electrolytes should be normal unless you are in kidney failure, heart failure, significant disease process or something like that, or have some rare disease that you can't process your potassium. Your CBC should be normal unless you have an infection or you're anemic, and especially in women that's common. So those should be normal regardless. But all like your magnesium and all those should be normal. There is no reason for those to be abnormal at all. So the things that are abnormal in her are things that you would expect of a 600-pounder. Like she is not in kidney failure, or liver failure, or lung or like respiratory failure. So all her electrolytes are going to be normal regardless. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say? That just because she has all these good numbers doesn't mean shit. Because everybody has good numbers until they don't. Does that make sense?
And so I need to get to a rheumatologist, but I was told that in 2021. I just haven't had the ability to. You got a sexy body. Thank you. OF link in the bio. My God. Yeah. You want to see more of it? OF link in the bio. You get lots of photos for that. Lots of comments, y'all coming in. King, don't intimidate people. They can say what they want. I'm obsessed.
Yes, and I don't even know what she's talking about, an autoimmune issue related to her trauma. That doesn't even make any sense in my brain at all. None. I don't even know. I can't even explain it. I don't even know what she's talking about. Nothing. No. I don't know.
Oh, damn. I just want you to, if someone's spamming a lot, then fucking mute them. Shit like that. Stand up. Let me see you. Where's my cash app, babe? You asking me to do shit. You ain't. If I stand up of my own will, you're fucking welcome. If you want to tell me to stand up, where's my catch up? You have a man. I am 100% single and 100% emotionally unavailable. Ding. And that's my answer.
Yeah, those electrolyte panels, especially because she eats so much. Like even the sodium, she eats so much sodium. So it wouldn't really affect per se like her potassium or sodium within her metabolic like blood work, because her body is regulating it, unless she was in kidney failure or liver failure or even respiratory failure that can affect some electrolytes. But what it can do is like increase sodium. She could increase her blood pressure, that type of stuff. But actually affecting her electrolytes in the blood, probably not, because everything is still functioning in her body. All those organs that process the homeostasis of the body, homeostasis of the body. Like you have to have a pretty big disease for that to go out of whack.
I love you, Billy.
The only thing I'm in love with currently right now is this rib over here. To work it on.
You have ribs, bitch? Show me so I can salivate
a little
from
nub
Florida.
now because I'm working on that.
Oh, okay. We love a little nub sometimes. Well, sometimes little nubs can hit the spot.
Honey, the way some of these people on Twitter be screaming, I'm wondering if the nubs is hitting the spot. Girl. Okay.
Yeah, I think her heart will give out long before she has an abnormal electrolyte panel. I think her heart will give out long before she sees any other abnormalities in the electrical panel. So her having normal labs means dick all.
Drum-sized woman. Okay.
And wait a second, doesn't she have a severe vitamin A deficiency and anemia and all those other things? Like, where are those results?
Buddy. As the person with a fucking anime character with animated abs, ooh, I could psychoanalyze you and make you cry.
I know.
Sure, most of us have been big most of our lives, so therefore, anything you say we've heard before.
Like, imagine being so insecure that the way that you validate your existence on the
but she doesn't even have an autoimmune diagnosed. Like, if you have an autoimmune diagnosed and having like trauma or PTSD, it can exacerbate that autoimmune. But Rosie doesn't even have an autoimmune. Like she's fucked up.
internet is having a photo of a photoshopped anime character with ridiculously steroided abs. That's what you want for yourself because you're so insecure about your own body. I couldn't relate.
Exactly, Jarella.
And also, so my new answer anytime anyone asks me if I'm single, I'm not dating. I'm done. If I was to date someone right now, they'd have to impress the shit out of me. And nothing wrong with you guys. Thank you. I mean, appreciate it. But yeah, so I when people ask me if I'm single, I'm like, yeah, I'm single, but I'm also 100% single and 100% emotionally unavailable. That's what I'm not. You two are sexy. Thank you. Yeah, my day was pretty solid. King, I don't know if you've watched my stories. I know they're kind of long, and if I'm really boring, like in some of them you could skip them. I'm do what you gotta do. But like, I do really fun, goofy shit, so I don't recommend skipping through them because sometimes things happen near the end of a slide. But sometimes I'm also boring, I'm sure. But it's hard for me to be boring, you know? I just have main character energy. You don't want to date. I am holding myself
ever for
to
sure
a very high esteem because if I'm going to be a confident person, if I'm going to be who not only I want to be, but who I am not going to continue these stupid little silly games on the dating apps. I am not going to continue to talk to.
I'm just going to put Dinky's comment up, and then we're going to like screenshot it because he wants Rose emotionally. I know that's not what they're saying, but it's just funny taking a snapshot of it.
Frankly, shitty people who just want to use me for my body.
Thank you.
I'm done. I don't do casual sex. The current dating market is a joke. If someone wants to date me, they're going to have to impress me. And no, I'm not talking about with their wallet. I'm talking about with their mind, their sense of humor, their kindness, their intelligence, and they're gonna have to speak to my soul.
So Rosie doesn't want someone for their money, just their kindness, intelligence, and they're gonna have to speak to her soul. Bullshit. She wants a man with money. Isn't that why she dumped Jeffy Poo? Because he kept asking her for money and stuff, and he wasn't financially dependent.
That's it. Like, I'm not interested.
Oh, that too, Ren.
In dating someone just because they tell me I'm hot. Not to sound like a bitch, but do you know how often I get told that a day? That means nothing to me. In terms of an emotional connection, it means nothing to me. In terms of a emotional connection, I was brainwashed into thinking I was polyamorous by my stalker. I'm not. I'm a monogamous person.
Okay. Oops. So now she was brainwashed into polyamory from her stalker. Yet she told her ex that she wouldn't go back to him unless she was polyamorous. So which one was it? She polyamorous from her stalker, or did she tell her ex that she wanted to be in a polyamorous relationship? Like, these two things cannot, unless she was dating stalker and told her boyfriend, like C, that she wanted to be polyamorous because she wanted to date both. Like, come on. What's the truth here? I'm hearing two different stories.
I want a lifelong commitment with someone. And like, maybe I'd be interested in an open relationship with that person, but I'm not interested in polyamorous dating. It's messy, it's complicated, I don't want it. And no offense to you, random commenter on the internet, I don't care if you want me for yourself. Because what are you offering me in a relationship, and what am I offering you? And if those don't align, we don't need to waste our time with each other. This fucking dating app game that's going on circa the year 2023 is obnoxious. Everyone like being like, what's your Snapchat? What's your Snapchat? What's your this? What's your that? I don't got time for that. I have dreams. I have things I want to get done and accomplish. And I'm not going to continue to just be like, oh, I want to date somebody. Oh, you know, I want to do.
Plotless. No dreams, no goals were accomplished in the last 3 years.
I'm over it. So like, I believe in the universe. I believe in a lot of things. And I know that what's meant for me will find me. And I don't need to find it on the dating app. I don't think that's meant for me. Maybe it is for other people. And you know what? That is awesome. And if people find their lifelong partner on the dating app, that is amazing. But I just think the entire industry of dating apps is just turning interpersonal relationships into a gambling system that provides dopamine hits to people to make them think they're trying to find love when what they're finding is short-term fucking validation and satisfaction or quick fucks. And I am neither one of those, especially to men. Just for emphasis on the bird. And good morning. And I don't care if that makes me sound deluded or whatever the fuck people want to say about me. I really don't give a shit. Because the other day.
Okay, this is the we don't give a fuck corner over here.
This is the we don't give a motherfucker. We don't give a single fuck. We don't give a motherfucker, a brother fuck, a sister fuck, a single fuck. None of them. By the way, Billy, I just want to say. Oh, I fucking love you. You've been ride or die for me throughout this shit. And I know we don't talk a ton privately, but I know we both have our lives going on, you know? So we just kind of catch up on lives. Like, fuck, bitch. The universe shows you a lot of things you have to pay full attention. Dude, you know what? Akeem, is that your name? Akeem 9000? I respect you just off that comment alone. Shit. In fact, I'll follow you and try to remember to check up on you later and see what you're up to. I love that comment. That stuck out to me. And that's the thing. I get so many comments a day. Even when I'm not posting, you know, like you're a spiritual person, you know that, yeah. I mean, I consider myself a spiritualist actually. That's like my belief system because I am pretty broad about it and generalized. And I believe there's, at the end of the day, I believe at the heart of religion, there's like a common factor that almost everyone agrees on. There's like a common like force that we all acknowledge exists, even scientists, even atheists.
God, now Rosie's going to talk about religion, which is almost just as infuriating as her talking about politics.
They have their own words for it and their own ways of justifying it, but there's this common force that we all acknowledge exists. We just can't agree what the source of it is. So for me, I just think there's a lot of validity in certain things, like in Buddhism, in different religions. I mean, not to be like divisive here, but like, frankly, I think modern day Christianity is like just a bastardization of that.
Yes, Jeff.
I know that's like a controversial thing to say, and that's not hate towards any specific Christian. It's the institution that I have a problem with. It's the organization. It's the the greed and like, you know, specifically with the kind of shit that happens with Catholicism, fucking gross, you know? So, but again, not the people, not the congregations, it's the overhead, the gross shit that happens in those things. But see, as soon as I start talking about serious, look at how much the views just dropped. As soon as I start talking about something serious, you see that?
Oh, honey, I grew up a Southern Baptist. And you know, I will say I'm a Christian, but I'm a modern Christian. I'm not going to church every Sunday. When I see hypocrisy, I'm gonna know I don't want a part of that. Like,
Yeah.
Hi, Nick. I just feel like,
how you doing?
I have my own personal relationship with God, and that's nobody's business. The church makes you feel like you have to scream it from the rooftops, and I don't have to do that.
They have a motive. They have a financial motive.
Don't they with that?
To advance more in your spiritualism, you have
I just have to use the facilities. I'll be right back. Behave yourselves.
to pay for attention, and you will see the right person. You will have to pay for attention. I'm sorry, I don't understand that. To advance more in your spiritualism, you have to pay for attention. I mean, I don't have to pay for attention. Actually, I get too much attention, frankly.
You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't know if too much is the right word. I get a lot of attention that I just
Make
don't
up, put
necessarily
on some
want.
makeup.
Oh yeah, I think I ate a lot of my lipstick off. Not all of it, but like, you know, on the inside. I'm getting a little chilly. Ooh. Oh yeah, by the way, my first live that I did, I got booted because the Instagram gods got mad at me. I played too much of a copyrighted song, and they were like, "Fuck this bitch." And then I remembered I had headphones earlier in the live when I was dancing before you came in. And but like in the first live, so you know, I don't know if you saw, but like I went live one time, and this girl named Meg, no painful attention. Oh, paying attention to what happens around you. Okay, I see. Oh man, my ADHD just fucking kicked me right in the dick. My brain just flatlined so hard. Yeah, I don't know. I was talking really fast too, so I should probably chill for a second.
Huh?
Let's do a breathing exercise, Billy. So let's do a breathing exercise where you breathe in through your nose and you blow out through your mouth like a straw where you go. It's actually a really good breathing exercise to re-regulate your nervous system. So if like you're feeling anxious or having a panic attack or like just generally nervous, it's a really good breathing technique. It's like scientifically proven to like help your like vagus nerve in your nervous system.
Nick, what are you doing? Just chilling.
All right, so we have another person on with Rosie that is not even paying attention to Rosie. Again, do not take medical advice from Rosie.
Yeah. Just a little tip. Listen, what's your zodiac sign? I am a Sagittarius, and I'm actually a cusp with Scorpio.
I'm a Leo.
A big 3. I'm a Cancer moon, of course I am, and a Taurus rising, which is why I'm stubborn as fuck. Hey Sapphire, just cooling. Hey Nikki, did you have a yellow swimsuit on the other day? Where did you get it? Yes, at the same place I got this swimsuit. The swimsuit that I was wearing, the yellow one, is one of the cutest ones I own. I have to go buy like 5 more in that style with different patterns. It's a website called sanctuary.net or .com, but it's spelt differently. It's sanctuary with an IE at the end instead of a Y. And if you actually use code Rosalyn10, ROSALYN, 10, then you get 10% off. Oh, you're a Cancer moon too. By the way, Nikki, if you want to come up, you're welcome to. Looking gorgeous. Yeah. If you're gonna compliment me. Ooh, I just fucked up my knee. Damn it. Oh, I got a little too confident. Okay, honey, you're very powerful. That's why your energy vibration is so high. Thank you. I feel like I recently went through some experiences that really heightened my vibrations. My dude. I just said dude and guy in one word. Oh, you did? I'm sorry, Nikki. I'm shitty about noticing that. Okay, I think I accepted. I hope I did. I'm gonna try again. There we go.
Oh,
That should bring you in.
greetings.
Hi.
Greetings.
Yeah. I feel like I was talking forever. How you doing,
I'm
girl?
going live all the time.
I know. I suck. Honestly, girl, though, I've been through a lot. A couple, like less than. It's like been less than 2 weeks. It's been barely a week since I got out of a 5-day hospital.
What?
I mean, 2 bitches really were trying me on the internet. It was all fucking nasty. I don't need to get into that right now. But I'll say this. I mean, I'm in the middle of like potentially like filing a lawsuit. So like shit's real.
Oh,
yeah, dude.
God.
Yeah, dude. But I've threatened the company to be included in the lawsuit. So we'll see if a lawsuit's necessary is all I'm going to say on that.
Listen.
Oh, I have a whole. No, these bitches sent me to the fucking hospital, dude. Fuck them, man. They gaslit me and fucking just pieces of shit, dude. Whew. I need to stop talking about it, but God, fucking suck. Billy knows all about it. She'll give you the tea later.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, if you watch the Saved Lives of Me and her, you'll catch
Lord
it.
have mercy.
It's stuff that you would have cussed about. It's stuff you would have cussed about.
Oh, 100%. Like, the bottom line is like, if you're acting like a fucking little cunt, like, I'll take you to the court of public opinion and I'll win. Sorry about it.
Ooh, good job.
It's bottom line. Stuff we be talking about. Some of these girls in the community
sorry about it.
just mean as hell, you know?
So,
have you guys ever heard of Rosie and her 5 lawsuits before? So here she's going to spill a lot of tea about the fight she was in. Oh my God, my kitties are going wild and they knocked everything off my closet. Okay, I'll have to clean that up after. But have you ever seen, so coming up is some good tea. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to get into my bed. Okay.
like, okay, so basically,
No,
I
I'm
have
not
an OF. I think you do too, but like, I have an OF. Oh, you don't? Oh, I'm sorry for assuming, but I have an OF, and I launched it finally on the backs of these 2 people that they're like the longest in the business making specifically like fetish content, and more specifically like food fetish, and because they were all like they're both my size, frankly. But one of them lies about their weight, pretends to be 200 pounds heavier than they are, and the other one is just a cunt. Okay, with that. And so basically so
this is all the lore about the video, the Brucey video, all that. And she just said that one of them lies about their weight. Can you imagine her?
Launched an attack over Twitter because the Daily Mail wrote an article about me where so I got interviewed by The Sun, and when that article was published, and I told them about the first article, and they weren't happy for me. Like, when we were friends, anytime I did anything good, they didn't give a fuck, even though I was like a really supportive friend to them. Basically the bottom line is they pretended to be my friend so I would make this video with them because they wanted to do like remake, like a basically a porn remake of that cake scene from Matilda, and I started it, and frankly I rocked it, and it was a really great video. But that was before I found out some shit about myself, and when I realized like I completely left for fetish content entirely, because long story short, I was groomed by a.
So here she is saying that she left the fetish community, which is not true. In the other video, she just said that she was forced out of the fetish community because of this fight and because of accusations she made. She said that from her own words, the last clip kind of thing. And so now here she's going to talk about how she was groomed by a stalker
I had for 8 years, and there's an interview I did on a podcast a year ago that kind of goes into that.
Yeah, I didn't know he interviewed so many people I know. I was like, wait a minute. I went to go look.
Yeah. You know,
I had to go look for the video I did. So I'm like, I think I was like the first.
No, he's just hitting up people in our community. And like, honestly, I think that's cool. You know, he doesn't have a big platform, but he's giving us a place to like talk about shit. And I was going to interview with him again, but he still hasn't fixed his visual issues. And I would rather try to shop around other podcasts. To talk.
I just want to so she's shopping around a podcast. I don't know who she's talking about, so I'm just going to try to replay it.
Had for 8 years, and there's an interview I did on a podcast a year ago that kind of goes into that.
Yeah, I didn't know he interviewed so many people I know. I was like, wait a minute. I went to go look.
Yeah. You know,
I had to go look for the video I did. So I'm like, I think I was like the first.
No, he's just hitting up people in our community. And like, honestly, I think that's cool. You know, he doesn't have a big platform, but he's giving us a place to like talk about shit. And I was going to interview with him again, but he still hasn't fixed his visual issues. And I would rather try to shop around other podcasts to talk about my story. And I'm still planning to do that because this bitch didn't concede. I told her I no longer consented because once they bully me publicly after launching an attack online over a minor private disagreement. And when I say minor, I mean, one of them sent me a friendship breakup text. I was bitchy about it. because I had issues with them that they didn't know about, that I was holding back so they could enjoy their wedding. And
so what happened was Rain sent her a breakup friendship text, and Rosie spiraled. Rosie spiraled, crashed out, and started villainizing her. And she kind of explains it here.
Then when that happened, I was literally vomiting in a trash can because I didn't know I was dealing with untreated diabetes. And a week later, they attacked me because they said I was faking a disability and faking using a cane for attention, when I was using a cane because I had untreated diabetes, and I was took a picture using their cane instead of mine, and they were mad.
A cane for untreated diabetes. How? Where? How? And she's mad because, so here she admits that she used their cane. I'm just going to back it up a bit. But yeah, take a big listen here.
You know, he doesn't have a big platform, but he's giving us a place to like talk about shit.
Nice.
And I was going to interview with him again, but he still hasn't fixed his visual issues. And I would rather try to shop around other podcasts to talk about my story. And I'm still planning to do that because this bitch didn't concede. I told her I no longer consented because once they bully me publicly after launching an attack online over a minor private disagreement. And when I say minor, I mean, one of them sent me a friendship breakup text. I was bitchy about it because I had issues with them that they didn't know about, that I was holding back so they could enjoy their wedding. And then when that happened, I was literally vomiting in a trash can because I didn't know I was dealing with untreated diabetes. And a week later, they attacked me because they said I was faking a disability and faking using a cane for attention, when I was using a cane because I had untreated diabetes, and I took a picture using their cane instead of mine, and they were mad that they're fucking decade older than me, and I was getting attention on the internet, and they weren't. So, I know I said I wasn't gonna get into it, but here we are. And so,
I like how Rosie kind of warps this story as well, because she says that she was getting internet or attention on the internet, and they weren't. But Rosie went to the Daily Mail with her story. Like, Rosie went to the Daily Mail didn't find her. Rosie went to the Daily Mail to tell her story. So, you know, if Rain and Ivy wanted to do that too, they could have. But Rosie shopped around to all these podcasts and shopped around to all these articles.
They bullied me heavily. And it launched into this like huge back and forth on the internet, fucking just toxic, gross stuff I don't normally engage in ever. But they were completely defaming me. I literally went on Twitter, made a video of myself holding my fucking cane and grab her and be like, hey guys, sorry, I guess I'm just not disabled enough for you. Sucks to fucking suck. And a bunch of other shit happened. I started spiraling because I was dealing with my own issues. And they had gaslit me when we were friends into thinking I was manic and bipolar. So I was like trying to get help and stuff. And I literally took myself to the hospital because in the wake of all of this and all of this drama and all of this
I'm not sure if she was manic or not. I think she just had like rapidly shifting and shallow emotions, exaggerated expression of emotions. She was being impulsive. She was saying crappy things to get attention. But I wasn't there, but that's just my opinion.
Shit, I was spiraling and like not eating and
exactly.
Not sleeping and like dealing with all these problems, so much emotional distress. And then I literally was in the hospital for 5 days where the doctor...
Yeah, like they had some concerns with Rosie. They brought him up with Rosie. And then Rosie decides to like go Mach 100, spiral, crash out, say nasty things about them. All of a sudden attack them for things, accuse them of things. Like, as soon as Rosie's criticized, this is what she does. As soon as someone says they don't like her, this is what she does. She had to quickly flip the narrative so that she was the good person in the situation, so that everyone around thought that she was the good person and Rain and Ivy weren't. And the fact was that Rain and Ivy didn't do anything to Rosie, and Rosie was the bad person. Can you open up my window for me, please? Thank you.
You're confirmed that I'm not psychotic, that I'm not manic, that I'm not bipolar, that I had MDD along with a list of shit.
That's good enough. That's good enough. Or else the kitties will. Okay, so here she is saying she is not manic. She is not bipolar. She is not psychotic. And this is around the same time that she was emailing Zachary Michael. She was emailing Zachary Michael to get coverage of herself.
Eating and like not sleeping and like dealing with all these problems, so much emotional distress. And then I literally was in the hospital for 5 days where the doctor confirmed that I'm not psychotic, that I'm not manic, that I'm not bipolar, that I had MDD along with a list of shit going on. And with and I'm working through a ton of follow-up. I'm on leave from work because of the spiral they sent me on. And then one of them thankfully took my shit down, but the other one is still refusing to take my shit down because the biggest issue, hey Dre Hush, thank you so much for buying a badge. Just, I know I'm in the middle of a serious story, but I just saw you got a 3-heart badge. Thank you. You deserve props for that. Moving past that though, because this is a serious story. Sorry, I have really bad ADHD. But that's the thing is I'm finally medicated for my ADHD, which is just changing my life.
Okay, Pat, that makes sense. I didn't know that Rain had said that. So yeah, that would make sense that they would have thought that she was being like manic and erratic if her behavior was like that. I had no idea, but like I think she could have been manic and erratic, but I don't think that Rosie is bipolar. But I think like she could have like erratic behavior for sure.
Because what I didn't know is I was diagnosed with major depressive disorder. And on top of my PTSD, on top of my ADHD, and on top of my undiagnosed autism, I have a lot going on. And so they took advantage of me. They pretended to be my friend.
So now Rosie is blaming all of these excuses for her behavior. And then now she's warping this conversation so that now these girls took advantage of her, pretended to be her friend, and blah, blah, blah. Like, do you see how calculated and manipulative Rosie is, how insidious she is? Like, she is warping the entire situation.
To make money off of me. And the entire time they were being catty.
Oh, she's pretty much saying that she was trafficked by Rain and Ivy or groomed by Rain and Ivy to make money off of her. Please.
Hateful bitches. And I figured that out before, like basically when that text thing that I mentioned happened. So all I got to say, it's been like a war on the internet for like 2 weeks. Billy's been aware of a lot of it. And it all started because they defamed me. Once I got strong enough, they I launched an attack back, basically. So one of them
launched an attack back, really? Like she's calculated. I can see Rosie when she's not getting her way or something is not going in her favor, she gets a criticism, having an absolute toddler meltdown. But as a 600-pound adult, it could be very frightening. Like I can see her having a full-fledged crash out, and it could be very frightening because she is large and intimidating size-wise. And she is impulsive, and the things that she says, it could be very, very scary and unpredictable.
I'm gonna sit down real quick because you're done. And I told the internet, fuck them bitches, exactly Vegas. Fuck them bitches. So that's what I've been saying all week, or weeks. And so, and I'm skipping a lot of the juiciest parts because I said, I put some of their business online because they wouldn't take my shit down. When they were attacking me, I didn't put their shit out there. In fact, I left.
And especially if you have a child in the vicinity, especially. I couldn't imagine. So here she is. I put their shit out there only because they were attacking me. So Rosie admits that she put out shit. So what she did, in fact, was dox Rain, dox her sex worker name with her real name, put her child up onto a plus 18 site or child's name or something like that onto a plus 18. Like very, very scary shit, especially when you have a child around. Like Rain did not want her real name or her sex worker name or anything like that, especially with her child around. So here she's saying, I launched an attack back.
And I'm gonna sit down real quick because you're done.
I told
the internet, fuck them bitches, exactly Vegas. Fuck them bitches. So that's what I've been saying all week, or weeks. And so, and I'm skipping a lot of the juiciest parts because I said I put some of their business online because
exactly. We all saw the Uber driver meltdown and how absolutely she turned quickly on a dime on that Uber driver, and she was screaming and accusing him. Like, it was very frightening. Now, could imagine if your child was in that situation. No. So it's very interesting that she said, I put some of their business online, because to this day, she denies ever doing that. Or she said that she didn't, or sometimes she says she did, but she lies about it still.
they wouldn't take my shit down. When they were attacking me, I didn't put their shit out there. In fact, I left Ivy alone. The other one actually took my shit down relatively quickly after the lawyer threat. So I backed off up until me and Ivy were really like going to bat, and then they're best friends and they've been best friends for 10 years. So like most recently the thing that they like put out there was that like I smell so bad, like their house still stinks.
And that's when I would have,
which is like
when I see that's that shit right there.
Like that's some low brow trash. Low brow trash. I literally, as someone said earlier, I'm too high vibration for that shit. That is so gross. Like I didn't even want to acknowledge it.
Yeah. Rosie was putting out all their shit, attacking them. So they took down the video, even though Rosie had signed a contract. Like they just kind of conceded to her.
Yeah. And I really didn't. Like on Twitter, I didn't acknowledge it. My stories, I told my followers, because I have like a dedicated following that frankly they were jealous of. Like my numbers are skyrocketing right now, and they're so pressed about it.
That's what got me though. Them trying to say that you stink. And another big woman to do that to another.
But we have to realize.
You guys want to know the truth? Like the person that said it. No, here's the truth. The person that said it. I know what medical issues they had with their friends. I know where they were at in their body. And I know what they smelled like because I inserted medication into them. And I've already said that on the internet.
Oh, wow.
So I'm not afraid to say it again. But the entire time, I've never said what it is. I've never defamed them for how they smell.
So now Rosie's talking about how they smell. And then she's like, but I'm not defaming them. But I know how they smell because I injected their medication. God, she's such a cunt.
I've never degraded them for that because you know why? I'm not a fat-phobic, selfish piece of shit.
Well, what is crazy?
Like, that's some low-brow trash. Low-brow trash. I literally, as someone said earlier, I'm too high vibration for that shit. That is so gross. Like, I didn't even want to acknowledge it. And I really didn't. Like, on Twitter, I didn't acknowledge it. My stories, I told my followers, because I have like a dedicated following that frankly they were jealous of. Like my numbers are skyrocketing right now, and they're so pressed about it.
That's what got me though. Them trying to say that you stink. And another big woman to do that to another.
But we have to realize.
You guys want to know the truth? Like the person that said it. No, here's the truth. The person that said it. I know what medical issues they had with their friends. I know where they were at in their body. And I know what they smelled like because I inserted medication into them. And I've already said that on the internet.
Oh, wow.
So I'm not afraid to say it again. But the entire time, I've never said what it is. I've never defamed them for how they smell. I've never degraded them for that because you know why? I'm not a fat-phobic, selfish piece of shit.
Well, what is crazy and what I do not understand. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. What I don't understand is why do fat women, because let's call it what it is, feel the need to degrade somebody else's fat? Like, bitch, we both fucking fat at the end of the day.
But here, can I tell you? I'm begging you to let me tell you the answer. Because they got nothing fucking else on me. That's why. Because I was a good friend. I was honest. I paid $200 for the food of their wedding. I bailed them out when their bed was gonna get repoed. I paid for it. I helped chauffeur their kid around and buy them both meals and get them to and from the hospital when they were having infection issues. Which I don't have because I take care of myself. So the projection of these narcissists.
So Rosie said she never talked about what the problem was with her friend, the medical issue, but now she just said it, that they had an infection. So even though she says, I'm never going to talk about it, she ends up talking about it. It's insane. Like, okay, I'm going to say it once more. Look at these. Look at this exaggerated expression of emotion, the impressionistic and vague speech, the excessive emotionality and attention seeking, the rapid shifting and shallow emotions. Again, we are not. Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, here, can you put it in a bowl? I don't want to take the rest of yours. And the other one? Thanks. Is there none? Sorry, guys. I got interrupted. My kid's bringing me some food. Okay, I got to find the other one to share. Okay.
It's so fucking real, dude.
And again, not diagnosing, just making simple observations and possible correlations, just like we would with any reality TV show that we see. We're a community that talks about opinions and gives some educational information, and we try to analyze what we watch on the internet or TV or whatever.
And they want to paint me out as I'm Haitian crazy because I'm pissed. I'm so pissed. I've been used by too many fucking narcissists in my life. It's not happening again. And this bitch is currently profiting off of me because I'm hot and I hit the bill to be the female Brucey in that Matilda remake. It's not going to be up for much longer.
Well, I'll tell you one thing.
So she just said, I'm hot and I fit the bill for Brucey in the Matilda remake. Did you guys know that Rosie also asked Rain if they could make a Beauty and the Beast, I think, movie and a different kind of movie, theme movie, but Rosie thinks she was hot and she fit the bill. Very proud of herself. Okay, guys, I have a secret. I'm going to tell you right before my kid comes back. So Twin B went out to go to the library. The library does not open till 1, so it opens in like half an hour, which is fine. Anyways, he's wearing cologne. He's wearing a nice shirt. He did his hair. Put on some deodorant. I think he's going to ride his bike with a friend.
When they come for Peaches and Delilah, that's when I wear my closet.
I'm so mad. My lip is pushing. I'm sorry, Billy. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm so mad.
Because I'll tell anybody, Peaches and Delilah, we stay in the shower. You hear me? You could eat tacos out of this over here.
I'm not about to start this with Billy. I'm not about to do this with Billy.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. So do you guys think that we should go for a car ride after to like the library and just like look at the scenery and the new park around the library? Oh, I'm good. Thank you. Thanks.
Billy, what are you? Oh, Billy, are you some
No,
shit?
Peaches
Billy,
and
are you some
Delilah is
shit?
Peaches is
Billy?
her coochie and Delilah is her booty hole. Okay, honey, get into it. All right.
Oh, so they're talking about Peaches and Delilah, which I guess is code name for Twat and Fanny, which could be the same thing. What else? The JJ and Butthole, I don't know. And they can eat tacos in it, but I want to let's rewatch it.
$100 for the food of their wedding. I bailed them out when their bed was going to get repoed. I paid for it. I helped chauffeur their kid around and buy them both meals and get them to and from the hospital when they were having infection issues. Which I don't have because I take care of myself. So the projection of these narcissists is so fucking real, dude. And they want to paint me out as I'm Haitian crazy because I'm pissed. I'm so pissed. I've been used by too many fucking narcissists in my life. it's not happening again. And this bitch is currently profiting off of me because I'm hot and I hit the bill to be the female Brucey in that Matilda remake.
Like I've always said, Rosie lifts so much when she feels like she is the attention. Like this is like her, I don't want to say Valley Girl accent, but this is her way of like, she is feeling her oats. She is hot. She is unbothered. She lisps when she is feeling like she is the star.
It's not going to be up for much longer.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. When they come for Peaches and Delilah, that's when I want my coffee.
I'm so mad about my liquid position. I'm sorry, Billy. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm so mad
because I'll tell anybody. Peaches and Delilah, we stay in the shower. You hear me? You could eat tacos out of this over here.
I'm not about to start this with Billy. I'm not about to do this.
So I think they're saying that they're very clean, that they can eat tacos out of their Delilah and Peaches.
Billy, what are you? Oh, Billy, are you some
No,
bullshit?
Peaches
Billy,
and Delilah
is
Peaches is her coochie, and Delilah is her booty hole. Okay, honey, get into it. All right.
Oh, we don't need to talk about Delilah. I'm fine to hear about Peaches.
If she got on her good coochie nightgown, you better watch out. Okay.
Do I know
everybody's
name mine, or should I just leave it? I love you, Billy. Holy shit. By the way, I'm sorry if I'm missing any of you guys' comments.
Those earrings?
Hyper-focused on catching Nikki up on the tea. It's not tea, though. You know what? Hold on. I need to correct myself. This isn't fucking tea. Okay? Like,
look, let me say, but it still doesn't. It still doesn't negate the fact that bigger women cannot exist in a space. You know what I'm saying? Like, without some foolishness.
I left. That's the thing. Like, before this blew up, I took down all my content. I took down everything that had them in it, every selfie, every fucking mention of them. I edited captions. I removed all the content that I had of me in one of them. I removed all my fetish content, like, from my profile. I'm making less money now, and I don't give a fuck. Like, this isn't my main source of income. I just want to be hot and sexy and fat and have people that fuck with me and vibe with me and support me. That's it. Bottom fucking. So there's gonna be lots of like teeny dancing videos. Like, I'm gonna be naked and I'm gonna make certain types of hoo-ha content, but like, I'm not like gonna fetishize myself anymore. I value myself more than that. I'm not gonna sit there and pretend to cry that I can't wipe.
I saw that one.
Gross.
Now that one, I was just like, now that's okay.
That one, we were friends when I saw that.
Sorry, her friend's audio is horrible. Rosie just said she's not going to fetishize herself anymore. I would have to disagree, Rosie, if I looked at your YouTube. 100% disagree.
Hey, what? And I was like, there's no way I can bring this up to them. They're so defensive about everything. I was like, I knew I couldn't say anything.
Oh, girl, because pretending that she can't wipe. She's like, oh, I can't reach to wipe.
Yes. I mean, I don't know if she was pretending, but I know for a fact that they told me they were pretending to cry on camera. They told me that. Just like how they told me how they faked the weight and all this other shit. Man. Everything about both of
Rosie fakes crying and fakes her weight all the time. And Rosie was in Rain's wedding videos on YouTube, and Rain had to re-edit those videos to take Rosie out of them. Like, that's how far she went. So she re-edited her wedding video.
That is so fake.
I mean, that's sort of in a way messed up, because there really are people who probably do struggle to watch themselves.
And there's other examples of that kind of content that they've made. And I use only one because I'm not trying to openly, horrifically degrade them. I'm trying to provide example about why I'm not bullshitting.
I respect you for saying that wasn't for you no more, because I mean, you didn't want to do that.
That's the thing. Like, they were like kind of like behind the scenes, like convincing me. The only reason I made a weigh-in video is one of them kept asking me if I wanted to because they wanted me to help them make theirs. because they needed me to help fake it. I put my foot on that fucking scale to get the weight higher. And I did it because I was a good friend. Even though I didn't like it. Okay, actually, anybody who tells me to calm down when I'm mad can fuck off. And you've actually been annoying me, dude. So you're gonna get muted.
I can see why your followers is saying, calm down, because
I don't like being told to calm down though. It pisses me off. I don't think it's respectful. I mean, there's other ways that they can communicate that, but just be like, calm down. I don't know. I think that's like a trigger thing for me. And so like when someone's like, yo, just calm down. Yeah, no, fuck that. Because also I'm not that riled up. I know people might not agree. This is not me riled up. I was riled up last week. It's 11:42 Eastern.
I just, and another part, I was never even ever involved, but the ableist thing, because that bothered me, because sometimes I might use the damn scooter if my back is hurting in Walmart. Does that make me an ableist? Because
No, the problem was that Rosie did a interview and she didn't use a cane very often or even at all. And she used the cane in the picture to appear more disabled than she was, because it was all about being fat and disabled, the Daily Mail article. So Rosie did it only for performance. That was the problem. She was even holding the cane backwards. Or, like in one picture, it looked like she was holding the vacuum, stick.
I was never into it. That was never the problem. The problem was that they saw their living room and their cane and me on the cover of an article that got tens of thousands of reactions. Honestly, I wasn't even looking at the comments because most of the traction that I got wasn't good.
Bye, Jen. I still have to see that movie. But thanks for dropping by.
Like, it was a lot of, people clowning on me because the article that the Daily Mail wrote, they never contacted me for comment. They just wrote it. And they did it off my Instagram stuff. And they made me out to be more disabled than I am and misrepresented the the caption that I had. So
wait a second. Sorry, I'm in the middle of eating because I'm a fatty. How did they get the pictures of you in holding the cane that you sent to them if they never reached out to you for comment? That's bullshit. You sent them those pictures in. She's lying.
Because also I'm not that riled up. I know people might not agree. This is not me riled up. I was riled up last week. It's 11:42 Eastern.
I just, and another part, I was never even ever involved, but the ableist thing, because that bothered me, because sometimes I might use the damn scooter if my back is hurting in Walmart. Does that make me an ableist? Because
I was never into it. That was never the problem. The problem was that they saw their living room and their cane and me on the cover of an article that got tens of thousands of reactions. Honestly, I wasn't even looking at the comments because most of the traction that I got wasn't good. Like, it was a lot of people clowning on me because the article that the Daily Mail wrote, they never contacted me for comment. They just wrote it. And they did it off my Instagram stuff. And they made me out to be more disabled than I am and misrepresented the the caption that I had. So on March 22nd, if you see me on my page, there's a photo of me in a pink sparkly dress holding a cane. And that is the photo in question, okay? All I have to say is read the fucking caption. If you read the caption, you're gonna literally go, what the fuck do you mean ableist? I literally said that I'm thankful to not always need a cane. And that I was trying to use it because I have knee issues, which is true. The bigger reason I started using a cane more frequently is I was getting really dizzy from untreated diabetes that I found out about very recently.
All this is a lie. All this is a lie. They did a photo shoot with her using the cane to send in specifically for the Daily Mail article. All this is a lie.
And so, like, the article made it out to be like I'm disabled and like I need a cane and like all this shit. And they like there was one specific line that was just completely wrong. And they didn't. And that's the thing is anyone who knows about the Daily Mail and like the Sun, things like that, it's mainstream media. They have a narrative, especially when it comes to fat people. But my goal, my hope is if I'm being talked about shit like that, they find my profile. Maybe they read one or two captions and they go, oh wait, who is this chick? And then they start watching my stories and they start like consuming my content. And then maybe I open their mind to an experience outside of their own worldview. Even if that's only 10 people, it's 10 more people in this world that aren't sitting in the same shitty cylindrical frame of mind that we're all fed, you know, from fucking birth. When they know you're weak inside, they put you in a hole and beat you with experience. I think I kind of get what you're trying to say. Well, interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, at the time, I was very weak. I was ill, literally, and my mental health was really struggling, and they were really judging me for it. I constantly felt judged around them, and like at one point, our friendship ended, and then they like tried to come back because they needed me. They realized that they didn't have a way to pay for the fucking money for the food of the funeral or the funeral.
They needed her. They needed Rosie to pay for food for the funeral. No, what happened was that like Rosie wanted to be involved, and that's the job that she volunteered for. She offered to get the food. I think there was already food there, but Rosie wanted something different, so that's what Rosie bought what she wanted different to eat. Like all this is just lies.
I know shit behind the scenes. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut on that note. Shut up. I have some more things in my back pocket because I actually need them, but I digress. Like I've been saying on my story for a couple weeks now, I play the long game. And if I don't throw the first punch, but if a punch gets thrown at me like how they did when they defamed me, I throw them back, and I will not give up. I never give up. I never back down. I'm shivering though. I don't want to get out.
Well, Rosie, like I told you, I love you, and that was uncalled for. And I mean,
yeah. Also, Nikki, I'm sorry, I've been talking at you for a minute, more than a minute. It's even fucked up. It's even crazier than that. There's so much more to the story that I don't even want to get back into. But I mean, I said some fuck shit to them. I did. I really did. With the full intention of like, I gave them multiple warnings and told them like, if you take my shit down, I'll never say your name again. I'll never acknowledge your existence. That's why that's like I've been saying over and over again, like in playing, there's a certain song I wouldn't dare play it on Instagram Live. Fucking Instagram gods would come to me so quick. But Karma by Taylor Swift has been my anthem. And so has A Little Girl Gone by Chinchilla. I've been making videos and stuff with it.
And see, girl, I will say this. These people are in your backyard pretty much. The people that I've ever had problems with on here, they cross the country.
10 minutes.
And you had 10 minutes because I would have rolled up.
And Rosie said that she would never speak their name again if they took the shit down. And they did. They did take the Brucey video down. And Rosie still talks to them up until a few months ago. Still talked about them and the situation. And here she is a month after they took the video down, talking about the situation.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why I didn't is I plan to go the legal route if I have to. And they would be dumbasses to try to roll up on me. Absolute morons. I could say something really silly.
I feel it in my brain what it is, and I see, yes.
Y'all are crazy.
I am genuinely not normally like this, and I'm excited for this to get resolved so I can just fucking let it go. Because at this point, it's not draining my energy like it was. It was draining me really badly. And it's only coming up because I'm telling you about it. But like, because you've been minding your business. And that's the thing. Oh, I love people that mind their business because I'm normally that person. But my business was not minded for me.
Baby, I mind my business. Until you fuck with somebody who I fuck with, or, you know what I'm saying, somebody I, you know what I'm saying? Like, but trust me, I've been painted the bully. I've been painted mean. I am everything. Okay.
And just like I said, that's okay. They're not gonna run over you though. And that's what they don't like.
Yeah. I'm not worried about them. That's the thing. They're literally, you know, I've been doing like Snapchat style vlogging since 2013, 2014. And it's 2023. I've been doing that shit for a decade. And I taught them how to use Instagram stories because they're internet dinosaurs. And during the beef, they went to their...
So Ivy had like a production company. And you can't tell me she has a production company and doesn't know how to use Instagram or Snapchat stories. Rosie is such a liar. Like, she's just a pathological liar.
I didn't even know the other one did it until like a week later because no one told me. And I was not seeking their shit out. But every time I said or did something, they were up on their shit responding to me. I know I'm entertaining, babe. So, you know, I know I'm entertaining. So, like, they were keeping up on the word. They were keeping up on the his app, you know?
And doesn't Rosie look completely traumatized by this whole situation? She looks like she's gloating. She looks like she's like raving about it. Like, she's so hot and they needed me because I'm hot and sexy. And now when she speaks about it, she was groomed and it was a trauma.
And so, I was willing to run my mouth because they ran theirs. They launched an attack at me like an hour after my shift on like a Thursday or Friday. And from that moment on, I was out. I was out for metaphorical blood. I was out for internet blood, you know? And that's the thing is, like, I will never start. When I was younger, when I was like 23 on the internet, like, I was definitely, like, hang on a second. Okay. And then, I think our moderator left, so I had to block something. Yeah, out for internet blood. Because, like, that's the thing is, like, this is not serious enough for me to take on. Oh, I mean, they had some lackey dude, who was just this bitter, horny dude in Tampa that I didn't.
Okay, so now she's going to talk about the story with the DMs with the guy that was in S work. And Rosie's going to, like, totally confabulate the story again. So anyways, what the story was, there are screenshots out there. I bet you Nikki T has them. She contacted him to do some SW work, but she wanted to meet him for coffee and she wanted to go out for dinner and she wanted to, like, have a relationship with him. And he's like, man, no, I just want to do the job, get it done, and get paid for it. Then she had an old video with her boyfriend and it didn't have the boyfriend's head in it. And she wanted this guy to sign the paper saying that that's him so that she could use it on OF, like sign a release for it, even though it wasn't him. And he said, no fucking way. And then when she got mad that he said no, he dropped the DMs. He's like, bitch is trying to accuse me of shit. Like, I'm worried. I think he said that I'm worried she's going to accuse me of, like, SA or something. So he dropped all the DMs. And watch how she warps this story.
End up fucking on camera because I ultimately decided I didn't want to fuck a man for money on OnlyFans. I realized that wasn't for me. Like, I saw all the money other people were making doing it and I really considered it. I shopped around. I interviewed some dudes over the phone. And it just, every time something in my gut was like, don't do it. Don't do it. And I have my reasons. And I left this guy on delivered 3 days before I ended up in the hospital. Less than a week ago, they, like, launched, both of them coordinated these fucking tweets where I had a conversation with him where I asked him if he'd be interested in signing a release form on OnlyFans. because I have this video of this dude like doing I called it an interactive body tour, where all you see is his hands. It's just a random hands exploring my body. That's the video. But that's it. Not even their faces in it. All right. And when I told them, when we were friends about this, they told me to just get a random dude to sign the release form. That all the models do it all the time. And so I asked him about it. He declined. I maybe asked one other person. And then I said, nah, fuck it. This isn't for me. This isn't for me. It's not meant for me. It's fine. I don't need to make money off this video on this platform. I don't need to fabricate paperwork. I don't think that's the best idea anyway. And I didn't do it. And because I left this bitter, horny dude undelivered, he approached these two models because I wasn't talking to him and fucking him, and gave them these DMs to like tweet at me. So literally all I did was like,
isn't it wild how she warps this story so that she was the victim? It's just wild. She asked him to sign something that he did not do. It's a rule. It's a rule in SW that you don't do that. And he didn't want to date her. So he said, no, 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 fuck off. And she got so mad.
Like, share a video from my story explaining, like, kind of talking like I am right now, about why this is dumb as shit and why they didn't want shit on me. And then I screenshot the unopened message from the guy that they didn't include his name in the DMs, but I outed him as the guy who outed me for this bullshit non-thing that they were trying to use as like, Rosie doesn't give a shit about consent. If I didn't give a shit about consent, I would have followed through. You dumb bitch. Oh my god. Like, these bitches fucking, the only pressed I am is just pressed over their stupidity.
It was kind of like a third person point of view video. So you just see the hands and not the person. But the person wasn't this guy. Like, she wanted to fake someone signing their names, claiming it was them.
Frankly. And then the third screenshot of that tweet was, I edited out the person's info and stuff, but someone told me about it. I went, I don't know what it is. And then the second line I said, LOL, they told me to. And the model responded, because I was talking to a model, like me, said, oh yeah, I know. Yeah, everyone does it. LOL, we know. Like, you're fine. And I was like, exactly. That's a industry thing.
None of this is
and they're
true.
Trying to manipulate.
None of this happened. None of this happened. None of this is true. It's not an industry thing. She's lying. She's lying and trying to manipulate the situation. She's trying to lie to her friends. None of this is true. She's absolutely lying again.
Audience who doesn't know that and thinking I'm a bad person.
I just be minding my business.
I can't wait to mind my business. Once my shit is off, once they're not profiting off me, I'll have no business to mind anymore. I actually hope people post that content on BWChan and on forums. I really do. I hope that everyone that jacks it to those videos jacks to it for free, because I'm hot. I hope you like it.
I feel you on that.
Don't pay for those.
I feel you on that, girl.
Did you just see that? She said, don't pay for those. I hope you get it for free. I hope you jack to it for free, because I'm hot and I hope you like it. Does this sound like someone that was traumatized by the situation? She was just angry and manipulative, and she was mad, and she didn't want anyone to make any money off of it. She had signed a contract and everything.
I'm just trying to be a little overweight Barbie doll. Sugar sparkle and say motherfucker now.
Literally sick. Can we just like get a little Barbie clan? You mean a couple of others? We need a blonde. We need a blonde. We got the brunette. We got. What would you classify yourself as?
I think Nick went away from the camera. I'm here. Oh, okay.
You maybe what? I was gonna ask you, like, if you were to like I don't want to like do the Barbie in terms of like how I market myself, but if we had like a little like fat Barbie group chat, we could all put ourselves in like the little categories of the different Barbies. I can't remember the brunette Barbie's name. Is it Kelly? Is that one of them?
It's been years. I'll be trying to get her to do the puff balls and put the bow right there at the puff ball, but she just.
And can I just say, I don't should have said this sooner. Your hair is so fucking cute.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, I love a good bonnet moment, but I need a silk bonnet for my hair because my hair breaks a lot.
I'm bringing it back in my hair right now.
By the way, if you guys know any really good Black-owned businesses, I would really like to buy a bonnet from like a small business. I don't want to buy one from.
I got me some new ones. I got me some new ones off Temu.
Pretty. I'll send it to you. Mm-hmm.
Cool. Yeah. Like if you, or like I don't know. I don't know if you knew anyone or whatever. I try to support small businesses when I can, especially like as a white person. If I'm using something like a bonnet or products like it, I try to at least like buy it from businesses that are POC owned. I just think it's the right thing to do.
I love me some Rosie. Rosie is so good. And I'm gonna say this: when you talk about like working with me, that one person, I'm so glad that you did it. Remember that you didn't work with that one person.
You're so glad what
we talked about privately.
Yeah, remember.
Night.
Same,
bestie. She knows him too. Yep.
Everybody knows him.
You know what we Night.
Okay.
Vito.
I have no beef with him.
Baldy.
I have no beef with him.
Yeah.
I don't.
I love her. She's just Baldy. Yeah.
I do not co-sign. That was funny though. Damn, you're so
I respect they hustle. Like, I mean, they really find a way to get these people to do it.
I really do, but I've heard enough to not feel safe. That's that on that. And also, frankly, he was one of the people initially I wanted to work with the most, but I felt very disrespected by him, specifically by his actions. Because I think it's really important, like, if you're gonna, like, fuck someone on camera for money, you gotta, like, interview them. It's crazy to me in the industry that it's, like, normal that people just show up to shoots and fuck people and leave. That's wild to me. Like, genuinely, fucking wild to me. I'm not...
And, like, I don't think Rosie understands the SW work. Like, you just show up to set, and it's whoever's there. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't understand the SW work. She wants a boyfriend out of her jobs.
They're not trying to get to know you.
I know, and then I'm not trying to get to know them, but I have questions, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want to fuck you if there's no vibe. If there's no vibe, the content's gonna be garbage. At that point, it's just fucking, like, porn fodder. And, like, that's not the kind of content I'm making. If there's no vibe check, I'm not gonna fuck you. I don't care how much I'm being paid, like, for content or contract-wise. I don't care about that. And I guess, like, the bottom line is, I have different priorities than a lot of the people in the industry. And that's just something I had to come to realize kind of the hard way, frankly.
Could you imagine saying this to fellow SW workers? Saying, I have morals in my SW work, not like everybody else. And you're talking to two women who are just in the industry, just doing their job. And here comes moral, righteous Rosie, trying to, you know, make them feel shitty. I think it makes them feel shitty.
Yeah, I'm really pissed off the feederism community though, because I said some shit about how you can reverse diabetes because you can, and they got real mad about that.
Who wants to die of diabetes?
You know, have you ever heard of the term death feederism?
No, but it sounds like something that really truly exists because some of them that can't like do anything, yeah.
Okay, so now Rosie has to bring it up. We're going to talk about death fifiism. YouTube, this is just educational purposes. We're learning and we're having comments and opinions and a discussion around it, and it's educational. But she's going to talk about it, and it's quite insane.
Death feederism is the kink where people get sexually aroused at the concept of someone getting so fat and so stuffed that they are not only immobile, but they eventually die. And the death is part of the arousal. It is disgusting. It is immoral beyond belief. It is something I ignored for way too long to be, accepted in a community that otherwise has a lot of great people and isn't the worst thing on the planet. But the community cultivates an area that creates a safe space for sexualizing death. And that is fucked.
So here, she has to mention this because this is her whole platform, right? And at this time, she was going around to all those podcasts and talking to all the creators and trying to gather her platform with this opinion. It's just weird and random that she brought it up in the middle of this conversation. It just feels very inauthentic conversation-wise. And look at her smug face. Maybe you can't see it because of the...
I'd say I'm sorry about it, but I'm not.
You're right to not be sorry about that. That's fucked up. They want people to like eat till
It
they die.
is beyond fucked up. And I know people who have had relationships with people who were death fetuses. And I know how that plays out in real life.
I may be wrong to say this, but to me, that's mental illness right there.
That's more than mental illness to me. Actually, to me, that's sadistic. It's psychopathic. It's disgusting.
So you mean to tell me that you have a person that rubs his little nub?
And she's also saying she was kicked out of the Fifi community because of this opinion, which isn't true either, of course. Rubs his little nub. What's the closed captioning is doing me dirty here.
Some of these women marry these men. They marry men that get sexually turned on to them dying from being so fat. You can see the disgust on my face.
That's so terrible.
Sorry.
And it's sad to me that someone feels like that's love. Yeah.
And then she starts crying. How, like, you can't get more performative. This is like Rosie's after school special or Rosie's Lifetime movie special.
I'm so sorry for getting emotional, guys.
I know.
There might be these men that be on them shows.
Like, and like I get people like not wanting to kink shame, and I agree. Like when it comes to BDSM, when it comes to like general even fetishism, things like that, like there are ways to explore things and be safe. But like the fact that people in these kink spaces
hurt somebody, like we.
Fuck, man, I'm getting really emotional about this. I'm sorry.
Good luck, Jarella.
It's so I met some of these men in person before. I was groomed by a closeted death fetus. My first experience in that world was in a situation that I didn't have consent in 2014. So like, and it took me a lot to get to where I am right now about this situation.
What?
I was so naive.
So now her ex was not just a closeted Fifi. Now he was a closeted death Fifi. We've never heard that before. Like, she's just lying on the spot. She's just making up stories on the spot to get sympathy and attention.
You know, it should be consensual. What happened to me wasn't consensual. I've talked about my stories and stuff, but trigger warning. I'm gonna tell this story. I'm gonna tell the story. I'm gonna tell a very edited version of the story that's gonna be in my book. But I don't. At the end of the day, when it comes to when it comes specifically to death fetishism, I don't care if both people consent, because one of them is consenting to psychological.
I'm calling the people.
Suicide.
I know about it.
It's psychological suicide.
Yes.
And it's being motivated by sexual gratification.
And that's why I couldn't get into that lifestyle. Because me personally, as soon as a motherfucker say some shit I don't like, bitch, fuck you and all this shit, girl.
Rosie's so mad right now because because her friend interrupted her. Rosie was in the middle of a monologue about consent or whatever she was monologuing on about, and she was interrupted. So Rosie's going to have to circle back, start her monologue over again. She's so mad she was interrupted.
Actually, I just realized I'm not going to dump my chopper again on the internet. I'm not going to share the story. I was about to talk about it. I'm not. I'll write about it in my book.
No. No.
But what I will say is, I don't care if people are consenting to death feederism. I'm talking, so when there's kinks that's like sexualizing spreading STDs, kinks that are sexualizing like sinus illnesses, things that are like actual, like that actually hurt people these are real kinks that exist in real forms, you guys. I'm not making this shit up. Honestly, my doctor showed me a lot of this shit when I was younger. Death feederism is just a gross, disgusting, extremist version of something that can be done in a healthy way. And I am tired of that community placating the emotions of people that justify being aroused by these.
So Rosie sure had a lot of communication with this stalker. Like, she learned a lot from him. She had lots of interactions with him. Like, I don't know. If I ever had a stalker, like, communicating with him would be the last thing I'd do. Like, I don't know.
Things that I think are deplorable enough to be compared to some pretty extreme things that I'm not going to say right now.
I heard that, Bella.
Correlate those based on what I just said.
Yeah, the sinus illness kink, I have never heard of that. I have no idea what she's talking about, and I might have to Google later.
And you can draw your own conclusions. I'm taking a hard stance on it, and I know I am, and I know it's a divisive one, and I don't give a fuck because I've been a victim to it in my
this shit up. And somebody said it's the ultimate taboo. Yeah. The pleasure doesn't come from the idea of death, but the fact that you're so fat that even the smallest tasks are impossible. Sacrifice walking, eating, even breathing, and you're instead of a gluttony.
And that is just about having bad to me.
It's about not having the power to stop. Being too resist.
That leads to death. When you stop moving your...
No, I heard that too. The funny thing is, Rosie's so indignant. She's so righteous about this, where she is doing this to herself. Like, she is death fiend herself. Like, she's overeating so much without a care, and it's going to lead to death. And she's also doing it on YouTube, like on the tubes. Like, nobody needs to eat the vast amount she eats on a daily basis on the internet. So who is her audience, really? She's doing this to herself now.
When you're so big, you get busted. And you're dependent on someone else to take care of you, you eventually die.
That was a woman who said it. A man said, for me, it's not death that is appealing. For me, it's taking control over how I choose to live my final years. It would be hard to gain in mobility without doing it intentionally on some level.
I need you guys to hear me say this, okay? And I know it's one anecdotal experience, but my stalker specifically explained a wet dream he had about inducing a TBI in his traumatized ex that got weight loss surgery. Fuck death feederism.
And Rosie always says this, but you cannot induce a TBI in someone psychologically. Like, a traumatic brain injury is called a traumatic brain injury. It's because you injured your head physically. Like, you got in a car accident. Like, you know how car accidents are called traumatic injuries, or your hand gets cut off with a chainsaw? That's a traumatic injury. There was some trauma to the tissues of your body, and I'm talking like physical trauma, not psychological. She's a dumb liar is what she is.
I know I'm intense and angry, and if that turns you off, I'm sorry. I actually don't care. That's my fucking point. My stalker was so sexually turned on at the idea of killing his ex from psychological torture, and he sat there and explained to me step by step how he was going to do it. And in 2021, he tried to do it to me. And he cloned my number. He spied on my phone. He did many things to me that I have witnesses to. It goes beyond a kink. Exactly. It's causing harm. So these people can sit there on these little forums and these little keyboards and keep trying to fucking justify themselves that they're not turned on by the death. But the death is the result of this kink. And just because something is a kink doesn't make it okay. Just because kink shaming is something that's bad in the kink community doesn't mean
that's like the people that like pretending that they raping you.
When it comes to consensual non-consent,
so overly emotional about this, especially since this is what she's doing on the internet currently. It's just insane to watch. Closed caption did us wrong again because they talked about cake when Rosie, I think, was saying kink. So they keep saying, there, rewind it. Oh, what did I do? What did I do?
That I have witnesses to. It goes beyond a kink. Exactly. It's causing harm. So these people can sit there on these little forums and these little keyboards and keep trying to fucking justify themselves that they're not turned on by the death. But the death is the result of this cake. And just because something is a kink doesn't make it okay. Just because kink shaming is something that's bad in the kink community doesn't mean
that's like the people that like pretending that they're raping you.
When it comes to consensual non-consent, I can understand how in a safe, loving relationship that can be expressed in certain ways, but it's most of the time done in pretty toxic ways. So when it comes to CNC, that one I have a little bit more of a, I don't know. You probably shouldn't be doing that with a lot of therapy involved on both sides, and you probably shouldn't do it outside of an extremely committed relationship. There's a reason I'm so passionate about this. There's a reason I'm like so passionate about my book, about the shit that I've been through, about I lost my relationship over that man. I met them too, the love of my life, who I dated for 8 years, and the stalker. I met them within 3 days of each other off Reddit. And my stalker poisoned my relationship from the fucking beginning.
3 days from each other. I think that she was seeing them both. I think that she was in a relationship of some form, either long-term or client worker relationship, but she met them within 3 days of each other.
And he did it because he was so obsessed with me, because I was his archetype. My dark hair, my big brown eyes, my round face. I'm pretty. I'm very fat. I have a very fat body shape. I was everything he desired and hated, because he hated me too. Trust me, what he did on the forums to me, the cyber things he did to me before he befriended me.
Okay, that's
I've been through some shit, y'all. So, them bitches, by the way, knew my trauma, and they used it against me when they attacked me online. Purposefully. They said shit that only I would know. They're fucking evil. Both of them. And by the way, this live is getting saved in my profile, so fuck. I hope the community's pissed at me. I hope the death penalty are mad. They should be ashamed of themselves. Most of them are. Trust me, they tell me.
Oh, we don't give a fuck what the hell they feel. I mean, they out here killing people.
See, this is the thing. While we were friends, I was kind of different around them too. I was a lot more agreeable, and like I was just kind of going through some shit, and like I felt really lost in life, which is why I was friends with them in the first place. The real me would have never been friends with bitches like that. Never. I was lost, and I regret ever meeting them. And I don't say that about a lot of people. I really don't.
Fuck.
Hey, did you expect this conversation tonight, Nikki? Yeah, that's fetus. Fuck that shit.
She is absolutely giddy over this conversation.
Genuinely believe that there's a way to be a fetus that isn't unhealthy. There's a way to correlate food and sex together that can be artful and beautiful.
Yo, these motherfuckers is sick.
But when you prioritize your sexual gratification over the health,
These
the real health
motherfuckers
of
is sick.
people.
They motherfucker said, this motherfucker said,
There.
I can't wait to hear about. Yo, if it's a trigger, I don't want to read it.
So what she's about to say is, I can't wait to hear about your first heart attack. Now watch Rosie's response to this.
If it's not too graphic, it's okay.
Okay,
Graphic,
I can't wait to hear about your first heart attack.
About your first what? No, would you say the first?
Oh
what?
my god, animal!
Like, what is going on? Like, I don't understand.
My thing is, will these people not love these children? Like, what's on now?
I don't. Right, what sends them into this cycle?
Now Rosie's trying to get the attention back on her. She has to be out of screen, but her hands are like, give me a moment. Like she has to have this big performance reaction to it. Do you know what I mean? Where these her friends are just going, why are people like we're all children of God or whatever she said. Like, why are we saying mean stuff on the internet? That's all they're saying. But Rosie's performative reaction to it is insane. It's insane. It's exaggerated. It's over emotional.
Good. I'm good. Thank you for. Sometimes you got. That's why we got to side. Sometimes I side eye some of these people in the community anyway. Where just.
And I want you guys to know something. I've never made death fetus content ever. They have.
I mean, I can honestly, there's not even anything funny.
You push me back in Linda.
I gotta say something. I'm not speaking for either of y'all. And I get that a lot of people who make content are trying to make money and trying to survive. You couldn't fucking placate monsters for money. Sorry. I hope people make the better decision.
That shit right there, though.
I've made vor content before, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I don't like vor. I think it made me feel wrong. I didn't like it at all.
I can't support that shit right there, though.
Crazy.
Vor is not necessarily dangerous. It's just for me, and I think it
What is called
with death fetishism. What? Vor. VORE. It's the concept
about from.
Yeah, thank you. I do kind of need a help.
So she just accused Ivy and Rain of doing death feederism. And did you see her reaction? How she tried to like be sheepish about it. And now all of a sudden, out of the blue, she's talking about vor. Like out of the blue, out of the random.
The heart attack comment kind of really got me, guys. Sorry.
Oh, the comment.
I'm glad you said it. I was triggered by it.
That's why I asked. I was like,
you did. I gave you permission. It did trigger me. I just didn't expect what you said.
that was the first line. That's the crazy part.
Vor is basically the fantasy of it. Kind of is. It can be specific from man to man. And by the way, I've never met a non-man and did a lot of this shit. I know they exist, but they're generally men. The outliers are AFABs, but an AFAB is a side female birth for anyone who doesn't know. But men generally are the people into the really fucked up shit, and I think that's just a byproduct of our society. Vor is basically the fantasy of like a person that looks like me, basically, or much fatter.
Oh my God.
Swallowing someone. And the way that you make content is purely roleplay, so it's kind of harmless. It's a pure fantasy. So like, and I don't really villainize vor because to me, it's like if that's a way that kind of expresses whatever these other kinks kind of express for people if they're not willing to go get sex therapy. Vor doesn't hurt anybody. Most of the time, vor is art, and it's role play videos where like a video I was considering making was like getting these like toy soldiers and getting a mold and like making chocolate out of them and just like making it like that before I was diagnosed with diabetes. I was considering making a video like that because I knew it would make fucking big. Because that type of shit's what makes them real.
She wanted to make vor content with little chocolate soldiers until she got diabetes. I love how she slid that in. Until I got diabetes.
Money and porn. Everybody knows that kind of fetish. And so, like, vor makes so much money because most models are like, what the fuck is vor? What the fuck? And see, when I was in the fetish world, I spent a lot of time talking to these people like human beings, which a lot of models don't, because I wanted to understand them. I wanted to get an understanding of why these.
Another comment I just want to add is that Rosie now says that this whole time of her life when she was doing SW work, it was traumatizing. She was groomed into it. It was done without her will. All these types of rhetorics, and meanwhile she's saying that if I'd done vor with chocolate soldiers, I would have made bank. I would have made so much bank. Like, those aren't congruent.
Certain things turn people on. I really struggle to communicate with that fetus because you get turned on by me dying from being fat, and I don't want to talk to you. But things like vor, I couldn't wrap my brain around it, and until I like kind of talk to people, and they would use certain words to explain their emotions.
Oh my God, what if Remy found Rosie through this video about her doing vor?
Like, why, it had a lot to do with power play, and it had a lot to do with other things that are aligned with other kinks. It's just there may be specific life experiences, specific natural born attractions, specific situations that have led them to be turned on by these specific kinks, right? Because, like, I mean, there are people that get turned on by fucking inanimate objects. There are people that get turned. I've researched a bit of this shit, all right, over the past, especially decade. Ever since, I left Mormonism when I was 18, so I don't really consider myself being educated on anything until after the age of 18. And yes, I really am an ex-Mormon, and I have this life. I don't know what, but
Billy, okay, because I'm here like, what the fuck? I'm all like,
you what? Yeah. So anyway, like I was saying, at the end of the day, I think war is a more healthy outlet to express whatever I don't quite understand yet about those things. But it's also a super niche thing, and that's the thing. A lot of the money, like the real money, comes from niche stuff because not a lot of people know about it or make it. So if you know where to go, you know how to do it. For example, what makes a lot of, or at least a few years back, another example of a fetish that makes a lot of money is when porn stars, porn models make videos of them chewing bubble gum and trying to blow bubble. You have to have the mouth to do it. Oh, okay. Yeah, Sapphire, this is a lot. This got real.
Anybody?
This got real.
I'm trying to act like I have interest in me. Do you have thoughts of me? It's gonna be a new question I add in there. Men try to act like they want to get to know. Do you have thoughts of me eating you? That'll be a new thing I add in there. I mean, you know,
most people are not into it. But so basically, like if you're able to blow a bubblegum bubble like that is the size of or bigger than your face, apparently doing that and it popping really arouses a lot of people. Same with like the balloon porn. Like those things make money. Porn. Yeah,
I did it before.
Yeah, but you know what?
Wait. So you mean I could be making a coin of what, popping and blowing up balloons?
You get one of those giant inflatables.
Vicky, I did the balloon one. I told you about that, and I got paid like $75. That's all they wanted. Yeah.
That's it?
Well, and you know, one video, I think. I think that was on.
One video? Well, so if I were you, I would try to negotiate to do more videos at a higher model rate. So
Rosie really just offended the lady. She's like, you only got $75 for one video? Like, that's it? Like, she's so
like, you know, gas.
Blow it up and you sit on it.
Yeah, or you try to pop it.
They just wanted me to play with mine.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends on the concept of the video. I love blowing people's minds with this shit.
There's some weird people. And I've had some weird DMs. I had somebody want me to crush a pony and stuff. I said, that's animal cruelty.
What up,
he said he would like
a real animal?
Crush a pony. Yes. Or a little chicken or something. Like, yeah, like
that's just
trying to get me arrested.
That's illegal, by the way.
What up, B?
When it comes to these people that like want that actually like, so I was requested legitimately offered $1,000 to do a certain thing that is disgusting and I would never do. So I didn't do it. For a certain bodily function.
I'm sorry.
I'm about to Billy got that before I did.
There's a certain word for it. I just don't want to say it. But yes, I was offered $1,000.
I can't with that
because I have more.
I ain't planning on that.
No. And I think someone did like offer or like want me to do something to an animal once. I just don't remember what. I think because I was so enraged at them after I verbally.
You know what? I'm glad I didn't cut a fucking fool because ain't nobody ever came at me on no bullshit like that, baby. Oh no.
No, that's just like I generally, for the most part, do agree that kink shaming is wrong, unless it's a certain kind of kink, and then shame it away, baby. That fetishism, shame. Shame.
We can't support them.
Spreading a sneeze because it turns you on, shame. Non-consensual acts, shame. Anything involving minors, shame. Be ashamed of yourself. Get some therapy.
I don't know.
She just really said anything involving minors, shame, get some therapy. Asshole, if you're involving minors, get the death penalty, is my opinion.
Oh, hey, do you want to come back?
Nick at least walked out.
Aw. Okay, she can come back in. I don't think I've ever talked to you live, hon. I would. If you're not up to it, that's okay too. But okay. Well, yeah. I was getting real.
Nick,
I got real off topic. I mean, but you know what though? Like everything that I've been discussing in this live is a big aspect I want to talk about in a book. I don't know. At this point, I have a couple different book ideas. Oh, there she is. Hey, girl. I have a couple different book ideas, right? And like, because my biggest one is how to be a patient care advocate or a patient advocate for yourself, you know? But like, I kind of want to talk about a lot of themes in that, guys. Like, because it's going to be also like my life story, and there's no way for me to talk about this shit.
That is zero. That's the one thing I don't want Rosie to do is be a patient advocate using her life stories. That would be the worst patient advocate. Patient advocate has to be selfless. You don't talk about your own stories. You work for that patient. You advocate for the patient. But you don't say, well, I had this as well, and I did that. You know what I mean? Like, no, Rosie, no. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Without talking about kink.
Okay.
Because it's such an intrinsic part of like lessons that I've learned, you know?
Ooh,
I don't know. So Nikki, I have a question for you.
Oh my God, I can't.
What is your takeaway
Green
from
is
this
gone.
conversation?
some nasty bitches out there.
Hallelujah. I love you guys.
There'd be a lot going on.
Thank you. They said y'all fine AF though.
Thank you, Drew.
Because we're saying we're talking about deep shit. These hot bitches though. I'm kidding. Thank you, for real. For so long, I don't even know when I started doing it. But at some point, I started like sanitizing myself. Like I was like so worried about what people thought about me that I was being authentic to myself, but I wasn't being fully myself. Like I wasn't allowing myself to be as opinionated as I am because I was worried about hurting other people's feelings more than I was about expressing myself authentically. Red is the color rose. Thank you. Oh, let me show you. This is a new bikini actually. It's the same style as the other ones that I have, the pink one and the purple one, but I've gotten really good at walking backwards really fast in the pool. So like, can I try to do it again? Like, for how fat I am, this is like really fast. Like, okay, are you ready? I'm trying to work on getting better joints going on here. Getting in the pool has really been helping with my body pain a lot. I've been doing kind of like physical therapy sessions with a lot of physical therapists.
Yeah, they say water aerobics is really good.
Good morning, Peggy.
Roz is not doing physical therapy.
But I've been like doing a lot of different things. The first couple times I was really sore, and now it's going a lot better. And like, unfortunately, I haven't been doing it in the most healthy way, and I'm trying to work on it. I'm trying to get better about it. But I have been dropping weight, so which is good for my joints and good for other reasons. But I'm gonna be really vulnerable with you guys. I'm like almost like scared and sad to lose weight. And those are weird emotions. Like I'm excited about certain things. Like I want to ride horses and roller coasters. Maybe go skydiving one day. But like I've always been fat, you know? And maybe you guys relate to that. I don't know. But I've always been fat. And I learned to love myself when I was fat.
Roz was a normal sized child. She was a normal sized child. We saw that picture of her when she was 3 or 4. But here she says that she is afraid to lose weight.
And I'm and like when I was friends with those bitches,
and that's pretty much
shit that made me feel really
the only thing that I believe from Roz's mouth.
Really weird and confused about. A perfect example. One of them, we were sitting and talking, and you know they were trying to basically justify the fact that they lie about their weight, and they were like, you know, I used to think you look so much bigger than me because I actually weighed 20-30 pounds heavier than them. I was just taller than them. But then, you know, I looked at you and I compared XYZ. I don't remember the specifics. And then I realized that I am bigger than you. And for some reason, that hit the same as like a skinny bitch saying that, you know, like talking about how much skinnier they are than me. And that's so fucked.
So she was competing about who weighed the most.
Do you know how fucked that is? Like, that's beyond fucked. And to the point that I started experiencing body dysmorphia. And I accidentally bought myself something a size larger.
Roz had body dysmorphia. And so she accidentally bought herself something a size larger.
The mind fuck that I've experienced because of this shit, because of these communities, I don't have words for it. And I'm just one of the only ones that's being honest about it. Because most of these people, dead ass, are struggling with their own eating disorders and their own mental health.
And so she's talking to two people that are in this community. Like, she's not talking to two people that are part of this community. She's talking to two people who are currently a part of this community. It's insane.
They aren't talking about because they're not ready to. And while that's valid, they're still feeding into a culture that's hurting people. Sucks to suck, I guess.
People are mean.
They are very mean. And none of this would have happened if they could have kept their goddamn mouth shut. You know what? I'm actually kind of glad it did happen. Because I'm gonna get healthier. I'm not healthy right now. Because you know what? Bottom line is, being anorexic isn't healthy, and I know that. But because of all the stress and this new change and the fact that I have to restrict myself, which is like I was diagnosed with binge eating disorder in 2017. My eating disorder started changing around 2020-ish because
she has to restrict herself, so she calls it Anna. Doesn't she know that like restriction can also be a part of BED?
A few different factors with like money and COVID and other shit, and so now I'm it's like changed. So yeah. So I'm trying to figure it out because I shouldn't have to starve myself to get smaller. It's not okay. That's what I talk about. You know, in my heart, I'm an activist, and I deluded myself for a while. I'm not doing that anymore.
As you should.
I'm obsessed with your hair. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with your hair. It's so cute.
I can't wait. I'm actually getting it redone a different style though on Friday. So
are you gonna keep the
butterflies in? I'm actually having a red wig installed.
Ooh, love it.
And see, like, makeup has become my.
Oh, I can't even fast forward.
If my makeup is done, I will not cry. Nothing can upset me. That's my talent.
I need to start living by that. I'm just my lipstick's pretty faded because I've been talking a lot, and I did eat with lipstick on too, and mascara. But like living that Florida life, being full face is like rough dog shit, motherfucker. It is just like oof. So for me, it's like I'm looking to move to Oregon or Colorado. So I'm hoping that when I have like live in a completely different climate,
I think it's almost over.
Like it's better for me.
But I can't fast forward it past this part because my screen is
Florida. Yeah. So it's humid as fuck.
Mm-hmm. Oh. So you step outside, face down.
It's pretty good. I start stretching. I start making all these old people noises.
Oh, there we go.
But I might end this semi soon just because we've been live. Good for you, boo. But the overall damage that happens to so many people in this community that will they can't speak out about it because it's too traumatic. It's too hard. And I'm just a special person that I've spent my whole life talking about my traumas and like trying to teach people from them and all that, you know. And I've been given an opportunity, and I have big dreams, Billy. I hope one day you see me on a TED Talk.
TED Talk, Rosie.
I've been wanting to do that for years, and I haven't believed in myself.
You can do anything you put your mind.
I fucking can, and friends like you are gonna help me get there. You know, people that say shit like
you
that.
have to surround yourself with people who, and you know what? When I first found the community a few years ago, thank you, sugar. I love you, baby. I thought I found a family.
Oh, you should. By the way, I'm sorry if I've been ignoring your comments.
I've always said this. I thought I found a
family
family when I first found the community, and I was hard on my real friends.
Oh, here she talks about righteous rage.
Because at the end of the day, I think righteous rage has a place, and a lot of people get triggered and fearful of it. especially like people that have experienced rage at the hand of abusers, you know, which is valid. But there's a lot going on in this world that is mega fucked right now. And we need to get mad about it. Or it's going to keep happening. Excuse me.
Okay, and then I think that's it. Yeah, that just repeats. Okay, let me just close this.
Are you gonna keep the butterflies in? I'm actually having a.
For some reason, I thought I had the edited one where it didn't have the ending. All right, guys, we made it through. Oh, Glam, it was just her just saying righteous rage, which just made me laugh. So, did you guys enjoy it? Let me just present one more thing. I just keep on looking at this list, which I didn't even put up yet. Oh, I did actually put it up, which I find always interesting when watching Rosie. And I'll just leave it there if you guys know what I mean. As she displayed her micro racism. Well, she's talked about systemic issues in the government. Oh, it was just a lot. Thank you. And yeah. So I just found it interesting. It was kind of a long one, but thank you guys for joining me. I'm just gonna see.
Brown eyes and brown.
This is my song that you guys can go out to. I had the video to it. Does it have my name on that?
Brown eyes and brown.
Oh my god, am I doxing myself? Maybe I better remove it because I can't see what's on it. Did that have my name on it? I can't see. It was rough. I thought it was I think we got some tea that we hadn't known before. But I thought it was good. You didn't see it? Like you didn't see my name? Okay. I'll try to fix it, and I'll try to, I don't know why CapCut isn't working. I'll try a different editor, and I'll see why this one editor I'm using won't let me put the video with the song. But it had my something on it like my email. Okay, that's fine. It's not a real email. I wish I could play it without it going to stage. What if I do that?
Watch her fix her crown with.
No. Bitch. You had a playlist name. Okay. All right. Oh, well, I'll just play it. Hold on. Oh, I can't even do that because I can't get to the bottom of my screen. All right. I can't play it. But I will try to fix it. Yeah, I don't think it had my real name. I hope not. I'll look. Anyways, guys, thanks for joining me. It's a beautiful afternoon. Just had a playlist name. Okay. Yeah, I'm just worried about putting it up until I can actually see it. Like, I just can't see it with this screen. So we'll try it again another time. Anyways, guys, thanks for joining me. That was a long one. You guys hung in there like champs. The best chat ever. And it's a Sunday. Go and touch some grass or something. In the most nicest way possible. Anyways, yeah, I thought it was some lore that we hadn't heard. Some more lies and refurbishing of stories. Very performative. It was great. All right, guys, I'll talk to you soon. Hopefully see you this week. And have a great week if I don't see you soon. Okay. Bye.